Section 1 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M. White. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 1. Preface. It is believed that there are many persons, some of them students in theology, unacquainted with the Greek language, and with neither time nor inclination for the study of classical Greek literature, who would nevertheless be glad to read the New Testament in its original tongue. For the aid of such, this little work has been prepared. It contains what is absolutely necessary for the understanding of New Testament Greek, omitting or occasionally introducing in brackets what is applicable only to classical authors. Not that a familiarity with this book alone will enable one to read offhand the Greek New Testament without further assistance, but he who has faithfully studied this introduction will then be in a situation to make use of more elaborate works. Perhaps the most helpful book to the beginner is Bagster's Analytical Greek Lexicon, too helpful if mental discipline is sought, but not if one's only aim is to economize time and labor. To the advanced student, supposed to be already in possession of some good New Testament lexicon, Buttman's Grammar of the New Testament Greek, or Weiner's Grammar of the Idiom of the New Testament, is also indispensable. Notwithstanding the very elementary character of the following lessons, they presume in the learner an acquaintance with the fundamental principles of English grammar. Only that which is peculiar to the Greek has been explained. As very few inflected words occur in all their parts in the New Testament, different words have often been introduced into the same paradigm. Therefore, the student will probably find it best to memorize in order only the terminations. In the appendix is a uniform paradigm of the regular verb, which will be found convenient for reference. Also, a tabular view of the endings of nouns. Prior to publication, these lessons have been used with several classes in the Meadville Theological School, and seem to have answered the purpose for which they were designed. Those familiar with them have been able to proceed at once, with the assistance above referred to the reading of the easier portions of the New Testament. To Professor Ezra Abbott of Harvard University, I am much indebted for assistance in the revision of proof sheets and for valuable suggestions which have contributed to the completeness and accuracy of the work. G.L.C., Meadville, Pennsylvania, December 1st, 1878. End of Section 1. Recording by M. White. Section 2 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M. White. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 2. The Greek Alphabet. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, Nu, Xi, Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, Tau, Upsilon, Phi, Chi, Psi, Omega. When iota is written under another vowel, it is called iota subscript. Most editors use the character final sigma at the end of words, instead of normal sigma. Pronunciation. Although there is a lack of agreement among scholars as to the best pronunciation of Greek, the tendency in this country is decidedly towards the adoption of what is called the continental method, the essential features of which are presented in the following remarks. Alpha has the sound of A in father. At the end of an unaccented syllable, it is usually obscure, like the A in penalty, except at the end of a word. Before consonants in the same syllable, it is usually short, like A in hat. The diphthong alpha iota is pronounced like AI in aisle, and alpha upsilon like OU in house. Gamma is always hard, like G in give. Before kappa, gamma, chi, xi, it has the sound of NG. Epsilon is pronounced like E in get, epsilon iota like EI in height. Eta is pronounced like A in fate. Theta has the sound of TH in thin. Iota has the sound of I in machine, except before a consonant in the same syllable, where it is pronounced like I in pin. Xi has the force of KS. Omicron is usually sounded like O in not, but at the end of a syllable, it approximates the O in note. The diphthong omega upsilon has the sound of OO in moon. Omicron iota does not differ from the English OI. Upsilon and epsilon upsilon are to be sounded like EW in few. Upsilon iota like we. Few persons distinguish in pronunciation between Xi and Kappa, but it is better to give the Xi the sound of the German CH, as it is pronounced after A, O, U, and the Spanish J. Omega has the sound of O in note. The diphthongs alpha, iota subscript, eta, iota subscript, omega, iota subscript, for delta iota, epsilon iota, omega iota, are pronounced like alpha, eta, omega. The names of the letters in the alphabet, given on page 1, are to be pronounced according to the foregoing rules. Punctuation, breathings, and accents. The marks of punctuation peculiar to the Greek are the colon and the mark of interrogation. The rough breathing, before or above a vowel at the beginning of a word, has the force of H. The smooth breathing only indicates the absence of aspiration. The breathings are also used, in certain cases, with the consonant rho, but no distinction is now made in pronunciation between rho with a rough breathing mark and rho with a smooth breathing mark. The accents, acute, grave, and circumflex, indicate on what syllables the stress of voice is to be laid. The grave accent is found only on final syllables, where it regularly takes the place of the acute in continued discourse, and indicates that the syllable, while the word stands in that position, has a softened tone. Very few of these marks of discrimination are found in the older manuscripts. Modern editors punctuate according to their own judgment. Classification of the consonants. The consonants are divided, with reference to the organs chiefly concerned in their production, into labials like P, beta, phi, and mu, linguals like tau, delta, theta, z, sigma, lambda, nu, and rho, and palatals, kappa, gamma, xi. The double consonants, xi and psi, are virtually included in this classification, being equivalent respectively to kappa sigma and p sigma. Lambda, mu, nu, rho are also called liquids. The mutes are divided into smooth, p, kappa, tau, middle, beta, gamma, delta, and rough, phi, chi, theta. Those produced by the same organs, for instance the labials p, beta, phi, are called cognate. End of Section 2. Recording by M. White. Section 3 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M. White. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 3.
Lessons 1 to 3. Lesson 1.
A verb ending in omega in the present indicative active. Most Greek verbs end in omega in the first person singular of the present indicative active. Pisteuo, I believe. Pistues, thou believest. Pistue, he believes. Pistuomen, we believe. Pistuete, you believe. Pistiousin, they believe. The present tense, in all its modes, represents an action or state as continued or repeated. The unchangeable part of an inflected word, for example, pistou in the verb pistuo, is called the stem. The terminations appended to the stems of verbs indicate the person and number of the subject. Verbs in the third person ending in sin and n, with a few exceptions, may drop the noon before a consonant.
Lesson 2.
The personal pronouns in the nominative case. The context alone can determine whether a verb in the indicative mode is declarative or interrogative. In the present passage, the textus receptus punctuates interrogatively. Ego echo, I have. Su a case, thou hast. Emes ekomen, we have. Humes ekete, you have. A personal pronoun, when expressed as the subject of a verb, is usually, if not always, emphatic. Translate. For the meanings of words not already defined, see the vocabulary at the end of the book. In accordance with the general custom, the Greek verbs are there given in the first person of the present indicative, and their English equivalents in the infinitive. Lego, from Matthew 24:64. Lege, from Matthew 26:38. Legomen, from Romans 4:9. Leges, from Matthew 26:70. Legusin, from Matthew 11:18. Legete, from Matthew 16:2. Kai lege, Matthew 4:6. Ego de lego, Matthew 5:32. Ekete, Matthew 5:46. Ekete, Matthew 6:8.
Lesson 3.
Verbs in omega in the imperfect, indicative, active. Whenever in lessons 2 through 33 other verbs are substituted for pistuo as examples of the inflection of verbs in omega, the learner is to understand that the corresponding forms of pistuo are not found in the New Testament. Elegon, I said or was saying. Ekes, thou hadst. Epistuen, he trusted. Ekomen, we had. Epistuete, you believed. Epistuon, they believed. Notes: the second person singular and the first person plural of the imperfect, indicative, active are of exceedingly rare occurrence in the New Testament. Tischendorf's text has a case instead of ekes, thou hadst. Also, pronouns in brackets represent subjects which are expressed in the context. For example, in the present passage, epistuen, he trusted, the text says, Jesus epistuen, Jesus trusted. The imperfect tense represents an action or state as continued or repeated in past time, and may often be rendered into English by was and the present participle. In conditional sentences, it may refer to present time. For example, e gar epistuete Mose, epistuese an emoi. For if you believed in Moses, you would believe in me. John 5:46. The imperfect tense sometimes has a conative force, indicating only the attempt to perform an action. Thus, in Acts 7:26, sune lesen autus eis ereinen is to be rendered, he endeavored to reconcile them, and not he reconciled or was reconciling them. Even the present tense occasionally has this conative focus. For example, the thazete in John 10:32. The vowel epsilon, rarely eta, prefixed in certain past tenses to verbs beginning with a consonant is called the syllabic augment. In verbs beginning with rho, The rho is usually doubled after the augment. The few exceptions to the doubling of the rho all occur in other tenses than the imperfect, and but a single case is found outside the epistles. Verbs beginning with a vowel usually have, in the tenses above referred to, a temporal augment, obtained by lengthening the vowel alpha and epsilon, becoming eta, epsilon sometimes epsilon iota, and omicron becoming omega. Thus, akuo becomes in the imperfect ekuon. Translate. Elegen, Matthew 9:21. Ekete, 1 John 2:7. Elegon, Matthew 26:5. Nun de legete, John 9:41. Su pistues, John 9:35. Eridasken, Matthew 5:2. Ekerusen, Acts 9:20. Douluo, Luke 15:29. Doulue, Galatians 4:25. Akuete, Matthew 10:27. End of Section 3. Recording by M. White. Section 4 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M. White. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 4.
Lessons 4 to 6. Lesson 4.
Verbs in omega, in the future, indicative, active. Pistuso, I shall or will believe. Latruses, thou shalt serve. Tis pistiuse, who will entrust. Pistiusomen, we will believe. Pistuete, will you believe? Pistiusin, they will believe. Note, pistiusomen, this is the reading of the Textus Receptus, from which Tischendorf differs. The consonant which, in several tenses, stands between the stem and the personal vowel endings is called the tense characteristic. It is not found in all verbs. Hexes, thou shalt or wilt have. Grapso, I will write. The double consonant xi may originate in any of the three combinations kappa sigma, gamma sigma, chi sigma. The double consonant psi in p sigma, beta sigma, and phi sigma. Thus, exes becomes exes, and grapso becomes grapso. The aspiration of the epsilon in the future of echo is merely a relic of the sigma with which the root of the verb once commenced. Te reso, I shall or will keep. 2 Corinthians 11:9. When the last letter of the root of a verb is a short vowel, it is usually lengthened in all tenses except the present and the imperfect. Thus, from te reo, we have the future te reso. Translate. Basileuse, Luke 1:33. Acusete, Matthew 13:14. Akususin, John 10:16. Latrususin, Acts 7:7. Basilususin, Revelation 20:6. Post de pistususin, Romans 10:14. Etrekete kalos, Galatians 5:7. Te rese, John 14:23. Lagruusin, Revelation 7:15. Ego treco, 1 Corinthians 9:26.
Lesson 5.
A verb in omega in the aorist, indicative, active. Epistusa, I believed. Epistusas, thou believest. Epistusen, he believed. Epistusamen, we believed or became believers. Epistusate, you believed. Epistusan, they believed. The aorist indicative denotes simply the past occurrence of an action or state, but it sometimes has the force of the English perfect or pluperfect. In the dependent modes, except in indirect discourse, the distinction of time between the present and the aorist disappears. The imperfect and aorist tenses are the only ones which regularly take the augment.
Lesson 6.
Nouns with the article in the nominative singular. Ha pater, elegen, the father, said. Lege he meter, the mother says. Helamsen ta prosopon, the face shone. The article is inflected to indicate gender, number, and case, and must agree in these respects with the noun which it limits. The form ha is masculine, he feminine, and ta neuter. Translate. Ekusas, John 11:41. Ekusa, John 8:40. Ekusamen, Luke 22:71. Ekusan, Luke 2:20. Ekusen, Luke 15:25. Ekusate, Matthew 26:65. Egrapsa, Romans 15:15. Egrapsen, Mark 10:5. Egrapsate, 1 Corinthians 7:1. Lampe, Matthew 5:15. End of Section 4. Recording by M. White. Section 5 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M. White. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 5.
Lessons 7 to 10. Lesson 7.
Verbs in omega in the perfect, indicative, active. Pepisteuka, I have believed or put trust in. Pepisteukas, thou hast believed. Pepisteuken, he has believed. Hemes pepisteukamen, we have believed. Humes pepisteukate, you have believed. Teterekasin, they have kept. The termination of the third person plural is sometimes on instead of asin. In the perfect and pluperfect tenses, whenever the root begins with a consonant other than rho, zi, xi, or psi, followed by a vowel or a liquid, a special kind of augment called the reduplication is generally prefixed to the root. This consists of the first letter of the verb, or, if this is a rough mute, its corresponding smooth, followed by epsilon. In other cases, these tenses simply take the usual augment. There are one or two instances, though not in the Textus Receptus, of reduplication in verbs beginning with rho.
Lesson 8.
Nouns of the first declension in the nominative singular. He doxa, kai he sophia, kai he teme, glory and wisdom and honor. Revelation 7:12. Heleas, Elias or Elijah. Matthew 11:14. Judas, Judas. Mark 16. Judas, Judas. Mark 14:10. Ha despotes, Master or Lord. Revelation 6:10. Greek nouns are classed together according to similarity of inflection into 3 declensions. Nouns of the first declension are either masculine, ending in as or ace, or feminine, ending in a or a. In the New Testament, nouns in as of the first declension are, with 1 or 2 exceptions, proper names. Abstract nouns and nominatives used in address often take the article, which must, of course, be omitted in translation. Translate. Teterica, John 15:10. Laleso, John 14:30. Lelaleka, John 14:25. Elalesa, 2 Corinthians 4:13. Kai ebasi lusan, Revelation 20:4. Dedu lu kamen, John 8:33. Adu lusen, Philemon 2:22. Edu lusate, Galatians 4:8. Abasilusas, Revelation 11:17. Haseas ha prophetes, John 1:23.
Lesson 9.
Verbs in omega in the pluperfect, indicative, active. Eidein, I knew. Eideis, thou knewest. Has peripepateke, who had walked. Ebebu leukemen, we had advised. Eideite, knew ye? Papistukesan, they had believed. And the Textus Receptus, Hayden. Note that eidein and eideis are from the irregular verb eido, whose pluperfect has the force of an imperfect. See section 46. For eideite, the Tischendorf reads periepatesen. The augment of a verb is seldom, and the reduplication never, affected by prefixing a preposition to the verb. In classical Greek, the pluperfect tense usually takes, if possible, the syllabic augment in addition to the reduplication. But in New Testament Greek, this is rare. In Acts 14:8, the Elsevier text reads, Periepe pateke. Verbs whose roots end in a smooth or middle labial or palatal, see page 3, 4, remark A, have the rough breathing instead of kappa, for the tense characteristic of the perfect and pluperfect tenses, the consonant combining with the breathing to form the corresponding rough mute.
Lesson 10.
Nouns of the first declension in the genitive singular, with and without the article. Tes doxes, of glory. Sophias, of wisdom. Times, of honor. Heleo, of Elias. Judah, of Judas. Tu prophetu, of the prophet. Note, in Luke 1:17, the only other passage where this word is found in the genitive, that is, Heleu, of Elias. The Tischendorf text reads Helea. In translating the genitive case, we are frequently obliged to supply certain prepositions, particularly of. This circumlocution may often be avoided by the use of the possessive case, to which the genitive in many respects corresponds. Nouns of the first declension ending in a vowel commonly have their genitive in ace, but those in a pure, that is, alpha preceded by a vowel, and usually those in ra, retain the alpha throughout the singular number. So also does Mna, contracted from mna'a. Nouns of the first declension in as, not pure, form the genitive in a. Some proper names in ace have their genitive in a, but these were not originally Greek words. Contrary to the rule earlier, Martha has for its genitive Marthas, and in some of the best manuscripts, the genitive of Luda is Ludas. But these nouns are from the Hebrew. See section 43. Translate. Ebasilusen he amartia. Romans 5:21. He agape udepote ekpipte. 1 Corinthians 13:8. He saias lege. Romans 15:12. Ekusen Herodes ha tetrarches. Matthew 14:1. Tes hamartias. John 8:34. Tes agapes. 2 Corinthians 13:11. Herodu tu tetrarchu. Acts 13:1. Ge Juda. Matthew 2:6. See vocabulary. Hapater tes doxes. Ephesians 1:17. Meta doxes. 2 Timothy 2:10. End of section 5. Recording by M. White.
Section 6 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Zoe. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Lessons 11 to 15. Lesson 11. Verbs in the omega in the present subjunctive active. Ti lego. What shall I say? Or, why should I say? Ean prosperes, if thou bringest. Hos an pistewe, whoever shall believe. Hina legomen, that we say, or to say. Can pisteuete, even if, or even though you believe. Hotan legosin, when they say, are saying, or shall say. Actions and states expressed in the subjunctive mode are simply conceived of as possible, not affirmed to be real. In some respects, this mode corresponds to the English potential and subjunctive modes, yet it must very often be translated by the indicative, infinitive, or imperative. In the various tenses of the subjunctive mode, the element of time is subordinate to that of manner, and, in dependent sentences, is determined by the time of the leading verb. See Lesson 1. Lesson 12. Nouns in the first declension in the dative singular, with and without the article. Doxe kai time, with glory and honor. Ente Sophia, in wisdom. Helea, for Elias. Juda, to Judas. To despote, to or for the master. In translating the dative case, we must often supply prepositions, particularly to, for, and with. In some manuscripts, Ioane, spelled iota, omega, alpha, nu, epsilon, iota, is found, instead of Ioane, spelled iota, omega, alpha, nu, eta with iota subscript, as the dative of Ioannes. Translate. 1 Corinthians 4:8. Hina me lego. Philippians 19. Hotan lege tis. 1 Corinthians 3:4. Note: notice the difference in accent and position between tis interrogative with an accent on the iota and tis indefinite with no accent. The latter never stands at the beginning of a sentence. Hina legete. 1 Corinthians 1:10. Ekhomen. Hebrews 12:28. Note: the first person of the subjunctive is often used in exhortations. Latreuomen. Hebrews 12:28. Note: the context shows that this should be translated by the potential mode using the auxiliary me. Ean ekhete. Matthew 17:20. Hos an me ekhe. Luke 8:18. Hina ekhete. John 5:40. Hina ekhosin. John 10:10. Lesson 13. A verb in omega in the aorist subjunctive active. Hina pisteuso, that I may believe. An pisteuseis, if thou believest. Hina pisteusei, that it may believe. Hina pisteusomen, that we may believe. Me pisteusete, believe not. Hina pisteusosin, that they might believe. On the aorist subjunctive, see Lesson 5 and Lesson 11. Lesson 14. Nouns of the first declension, in the accusative singular, with and without the article. Doxan kai timein, glory and honor. Tein Sophian, the wisdom. Helean, Elias. Judan, Judas. Ton despotein, the master. The Greek accusative case does not differ essentially in its uses from the English objective. Lesson 15. Nouns in the first declension, in the vocative singular. Iuda, Judas. Despota, master or lord. The vocative case is used in exclamation and address. In the plural number and sometimes in the singular, the nominative form is used for the vocative. Translate. Ou me pisteusete. Luke 22:67. Note: the context calls for the auxiliary will or would. Hina pisteusete. John 11:15. Ean gar me pisteusete. John 8:24. Memiseken. John 15:18. Memisekasin. John 15:24. Doxan ou lambano. John 5:41. Kai ou lambanete. John 5:43. Apo doxes eis doxan. 2 Corinthians 3:18. Jesus emarturesen, hoti prophetes timein uk ekhe. John 4:44. Ek tes phules Iuda. Revelations 5:5. End of section 6.
Section 7 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 7. Lessons 16 to 19.
Lesson 16. Verbs in omega in the present optative active. Βουλεύει me, I might advise. Βουλεύεις, thou mightest advise. Πριν έχει, before he has. Βουλεύημεν, we might advise. Υπάσχητε, if you suffer. Ή έχιεν, if they had. Remark A. The fundamental idea of the optative mode does not differ from that of the subjunctive, but the conceptions of the former are more subjective, looking less to outward realization than those of the latter. Remark B. In the optative, as in the subjunctive mode, tense distinctions have comparatively little to do with the indication of time, which, in dependent sentences, is determined by the leading verb. Remark C. This mode is rarely used by the New Testament writers. Lesson 17. Nouns of the first declension in the plural number with the article. Nominative. Αμαρτίε, the sins. Genitive. Των αμαρτιών, of our sins. Dative. Τες αμαρτίες, to our sins. Accusative. Τας αμαρτίας, the sins. Nominative. Οι προφήτε, the prophets. Genitive. Των προφητών, of the prophets. Dative. Τις προφήτες, to the prophets. Accusative. Τους προφήτας, the prophets. Remark. The article often has the force of a possessive pronoun, whose person and number must be determined from the context. Translate. 1. Από της Γαλιλαίας εις τον Ιορδάνην προς τον Ιωάννην. Matthew 3:13. 2. Εγώ χρείαν έχω. Matthew 3:14. 3. Παρά την θάλασσαν της Γαλιλαίας. Matthew 4:18. 4. Εις την θάλασσαν. Matthew 4:18. 5. Ούτως γάρ εδίωξαν τους προφήτας. Matthew 5:12. 6. Ως αν φωνεύσει. Matthew 5:21. 7. Χρείαν έχετε. Matthew 6:8. 8. Όταν νηστεύετε. Matthew 6:16. 9. Επί της γης. Matthew 6:19. 10. Κλέπτε διορίσουσιν και κλέπτουσιν. Matthew 6:19. Lesson 18. Verbs in omega in the aorist, optative, active. Βουλεύσε μη. I might advise. Βουλεύσες. Thou mightest advise. Περισσεύσε. May he cause to abound. Βουλεύσεμεν. We might advise. Βουλεύσετε. You might advise. Τι αν ποιήσιαν, or τι αν ποιήσεν, what they should do. Remark. On the aorist optative, see Lesson 5 Remark A and Lesson 16 Remarks A and B. Lesson 19. Nouns of the second declension with the article. Singular. Nominative. Ο άνθρωπος. Genitive. Του ανθρώπου. Dative. Το ανθρώπο. Accusative. Των άνθρωπων. Vocative. Άνθρωπε. Nominative. Η άνθρωπος. Genitive. Της ανθρώπου. Dative. Τι άνθρωπο. Accusative. Την άνθρωπον. Vocative. Άνθρωπε. Note, anthropos is of the common gender, though found in the New Testament with the masculine article only. Nominative, το έργον. Genitive, του έργου. Dative, το έργο. Accusative, το έργον. Plural, nominative, οι άνθρωποι. Genitive, των ανθρώπων. Dative, της ανθρώπης. Accusative, τους ανθρώπους. Nominative, άνθρωποι. Genitive, των ανθρώπων. Dative, τες ανθρώπης. Accusative, τας ανθρώπους. Nominative, τα έργα. Genitive, των έργων. Dative, της έργης. Accusative, τα έργα. Remark A. Nouns of the second declension end regularly in os and on with omicron, exceptionally in os with omega. Those in on with omicron are of the neuter gender, and the rest are either masculine, feminine, or common. Remark B. The oblique cases of those in os with omega all end in omega, the dative in omega with iota subscriptum, the accusative having also a form in on with omega. The accusative anoion, the received text from Mark 14:15, Luke 22:12, has in classical Greek nominatives in on and os with omega. Remark C. In John 19:36, ostun is a contraction from osteon. Remark D. From nous has arisen by contraction nous, 1 Corinthians 14:14, which, however, is inflected after the analogy of the third declension, thus: genitive, nous, dative, noi, accusative, nun. The forms plos and plun also point to a nominative, plus, from plos. Remark E. In neuters, whether of the second or third declension, the accusative is always like the nominative, and in the plural ends in a. Translate. 1. Εξουσίαν έχει ο Υιός του ανθρώπου επί της γης. Matthew 9:6. Note: nouns used in their widest comprehension or in a generic sense may take the article. 2. Ο δε Υιός του ανθρώπου ουκ έχει που την κεφαλήν κλείνει. Matthew 8:20. 3. Και λέγουσιν, ιδού άνθρωπος φάγος και εινοπότης, τελωνών φίλος και αμαρτωλών. Matthew 11:19. Note: in translating the words anthropos phagos, we may either insert a relative phrase, thus a man who is a glutton, or we may drop the word man and say simply a glutton. 4. Λέγει το ανθρώπο. Matthew 12:13. 5. Ου γαρ βλέπεις εις πρόσωπον ανθρώπων, αλ επ αληθείας την οδόν του Θεού διδάσκεις. Mark 12:14. Notes. 6. Τα έργα του Θεού. Ανθρώπων may be translated either of men or men's, but if the former rendering is used, an article must be supplied with πρόσωπον. Final short vowels, except epsilon, may be elided when the next word begins with a vowel. This elision is indicated by an apostrophe in the place of the vowel. In connection with αληθείας, we cannot translate επί literally, but we may render the two words by the equivalent adverb truly or the phrase of a truth. To distinguish Jehovah from the heathen deities, he was called ο Θεός, the God, and sometimes ο Θεός των Θεών, the God of gods, or the supreme God. 6. Τα έργα του Θεού, John 6:28. 7. Τα μνημεία των προφητών, Luke 11:47. 8. Εν τες ημέρες του Υιού του ανθρώπου, Luke 17:26. 9. Η βασιλεία του Θεού, Luke 17:21. 10. Επί των ιών του ανθρώπου, John 1:52.
End of section 7. Section 8 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 8, Lessons 20 to 22.
Lesson 20. Verbs in omega in the present, imperative, active. Πίστευε, believe thou. Βασιλευέτω, let it rain. Πιστεύετε, believe ye. Δουλευέτωσαν, let them serve. Remark. General precepts commonly take the form of the present imperative, while particular commands are put in the aorist imperative or subjunctive, in accordance with the usual distinction between these tenses. There is no distinction in point of time between the present and the aorist imperative. Lesson 21. The third declension of nouns. Remark A. To the third declension belong all nouns which have one more syllable in the genitive than in the nominative. They are of all genders and have a great variety of endings. Remark B. The true stem in nouns of this declension is usually to be sought in the genitive case, having undergone some euphonic change in the nominative. Lesson 22. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending atos. Singular. Nominative. Βρόμα. Genitive. Βρώματος. Dative. Βρώματι. Accusative. Βρώμα. Plural. Nominative. Βρώματα. Genitive. Βρωμάτων. Dative. Βρώμαση or βρώμασιν. Accusative. Βρώματα. Remark A. All nouns belonging here are neuter. Remark B. They end either in a, ar, only frere, as, I, that is ypsilon, only goni, or with omega, only either. Remark C. In Romans 14:21 and 1 Corinthians 8:13 we find the accusative plural of kreas contracted by syncope to krea. Remark D. As the dative of gyras we find in Luke 1:36 the syncopated form gyra, the received text, or gyri, Tischendorf. Remark E. The linguals ταφ, δέλτα, θήτα, ζήτα are always dropped before sigma, kappa, gamma, χ. Hence, βρώμασιν for βρώματσιν. Remark F. In the dative plural, the final n is often dropped before a consonant. Translate. 1. Μη ένεκεν βρώματος, κατάλυε το έργον του Θεού. Romans 14:20. 2. Και ήνιξεν το φρέαρ της αβύσσου. Revelations 9:2. 3. Θησαυρίζετε θησαυρούς εν ουρανό. Matthew 6:20. 4. Εν της είδασιν. Matthew 8:32. 5. Και ιδού φωνή εκ των ουρανών. Matthew 3:17. 6. Υπό του πνεύματος. Matthew 4:1. 7. Παραβολήν ελάλησεν. Matthew 8:33. 8. Σημεία εν ηλίο και σελήνη και άστρης. Luke 21:25. 9. Εν τες ημέρες Ηρώδου. Luke 1:5. 10. Εν πνεύματι και αληθεία. John 4:24.
End of section 8. Section 9 of an introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 9, Lessons 23 to 27.
Lesson 23. Verbs in omega in the aorist imperative active. Πίστευσον, believe thou. Ακουσάτο, let him hear. Πιστεύσατε, believe ye. Γαμεσάτωσαν, let them marry. Remark. See remark from lesson 20. Lesson 24. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive endings thos and thos. Singular. Nominative ελπίς. Genitive ελπίδος. Dative ελπίδη. Accusative ελπίδα. Plural. Nominative πόδες. Genitive ποδών. Dative ποσί or ποσίν. Accusative πόδας. Remark A. The nouns belonging here are those in s with alpha iota, genitive εδώς, only o ή πες. In as, genitive αδώς. In is with epsilon iota, genitive ειδώς. In is with iota, genitive ειδώς. In us, genitive οδός, only opus. In us with ypsilon, genitive ειδώς, and is with iota, genitive ηθός, only o ή όρνης. They are all feminine excepting πες, πους, and όρνης. Remark B. In Revelations 20:1, some manuscripts have clean instead of κλείδα as the accusative singular of κλεις. In one or two instances we find the accusative plural κλείδας syncopated into κλείς. Remark C. In the New Testament the accusative singular of eris is only erin. Besides the regular nominative plural erides, the syncopated form eris occurs in some texts, and the same form is used for the accusative plural in Titus 3:9. Lesson 25. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive endings etus with eta, etus with iota, and otos with omega. Remark A. The corresponding nominative endings are is with eta, e or is with iota, and os with omega. Remark B. Of the nouns belonging here, φως and μέλι are neuter and inflected like βρώμη from lesson 22. The rest are masculine, excepting χάρις, αισθής, and abstracts in ότις and ήτις, and are inflected like the examples in lesson 24. Remark C. We may also place here the neuter noun ous, genitive ոտός, which in the Doric dialect had the form os. Remark D. The accusative singular of χάρις is much oftener χάριν than χάριτα. Translate 1. Ακούσατε την παραβολήν. Matthew 13:18. 2. Ακουσάτωσαν. Luke 16:29. 3. Περί Ηρωδιάδος. Luke 3:19. 4. Ο Θεός της ελπίδος. Romans 15:13. 5. Πόδας ένυψεν. 1 Timothy 5:10. 6. Η κλής του φρέατος της αβύσσου. Revelations 9:1. 7. Έχω τας κλής. Revelations 1:18. 8. Μανθανέτωσαν. Titus 3:14. 9. Αδελφέ. Philippians 20. 10. Εις την Ελλάδα. Acts 22. Lesson 26. Verbs in omega in the infinitive active. Present. Πιστεύειν. To believe. Aorist. Πίστεψε. To believe. Perfect. Πεποιηκέναι. To have done. Remark A. The modal distinction noticed in lesson 1 remark A and lesson 5 remark A between the present and aorist tenses must be borne in mind with regard to the infinitive forms. In these tenses the distinction of time, which is found in the indicative mode, ordinarily disappears in the infinitive. Remark B. When the time element is retained, the present infinitive may often be translated by the present indicative, and the aorist by the imperfect or pluperfect indicative preceded by that. Remark C. The perfect is equivalent sometimes to the perfect and sometimes to the pluperfect indicative preceded by that. Thus, in John 12:18, the Greek idiom heard him to have done becomes, in good English, heard that he had done. Lesson 27. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive endings κος, γος, χος, κτός, πως, βος. Remark A. The first four endings belong to nouns in xi, the last two to nouns in ψι. Remark B. Two anomalous nouns may be placed here. Γυνή, genitive γυναικός, vocative γύναι, and γάλα, genitive γάλακτος. Remark C. These nouns are all either masculine or feminine, with the exception of το γάλα, and are inflected like the examples in lesson 24. Remark D. In allopix, genitive allopekos, epsilon is lengthened to eta only in the nominative singular. Translate 1. Τύπτην τους παίδας και τας παιδίσκας. Luke 7:45. 2. Νύπτην τους πόδας των μαθητών. John 8:5. 3. Της ποιμένη πίμνην και εκ του γάλακτος της πίμνης ουκ εστί. 1 Corinthians 9:7. 4. Χωρίς γυναικών και παιδίων. Matthew 14:21. 5. Προς γυναίκα χήραν. Luke 4:26. 6. μνημονεύεται της γυναικός Λότ. Luke 17:32. 7. Τη γυναική έλεγον. John 4:42. 8. Γίνε, τι κλαίεις. John 20:13. 9. Γυνή ονόματι Λιδία. Acts 16:14. 10. Εδίωξεν την γυναίκα. Revelations 12:13.
End of section 9. Section 10 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 10, Lessons 28 to 31.
Lesson 28. Active participles of verbs in omega in the nominative singular masculine. Present. Πιστεύων, believing. Future. Κακώσον, about to harm. Aorist. Πιστεύσας, having believed. Perfect. Πεπιστευκός, having believed. Remark A. Participles have masculine, feminine, and neuter endings, and are inflected like nouns and adjectives. See Lesson 61. Remark B. Although the aorist and perfect participles sometimes require the same translation, yet they are not identical in force, since the former describes an action as having occurred previously to, the latter as already completed at, the time of some other event. Lesson 29. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending ndos. Singular. Nominative άρχον. Genitive άρχοντος. Dative άρχοντι. Accusative άρχοντα. Plural. Nominative άρχοντες. Genitive αρχόντων. Dative άρχουσι or άρχουσιν. Accusative άρχοντας. Remark A. The nouns belonging here are those in as, genitive andos, is with ita, genitive endos, only three proper names derived from the Latin, us, genitive ondos, only odous, and on, with omega, genitive ondos, all which are masculine. Remark B. Ni is often dropped before sigma, and if a following lingual has also been dropped, see Lesson 22, Remark E, the preceding vowel is generally lengthened. Thus we find άρχουσιν and not άρχοντsin. Translate. 1. Ελπίδα έχων. Acts 24:15. 2. Εις την οικίαν του άρχοντος. Matthew 9:23. 3. Οφθαλμόν αντί οφθαλμού και οδόντα αντί οδόντος. Matthew 5:38. 4. Ο κλαυθμός και ο βρυγμός των οδόντων. Matthew 8:12. 5. Έβριχον τους οδόντας. Acts 7:54. 6. Έμπροσθεν των ποδών του αγγέλου. Revelations 22:8. 7. Ακουέτο. Matthew 8:9. 8. Ούτι εγώ θέλω, αλλά τι εσύ. Mark 14:36. 9. Μη ουν βασιλευέτο η αμαρτία. Romans 6:12. 10. Λύσε τον ημάντα. Mark 1:7.
Lesson 30. Verbs in O, in the present, indicative, passive, and middle. Ti diokomai. Why am I persecuted? Galatians 5:11. Su eponomadze. Thou art named or called. Romans 2:17. Pistewetai. it is believed, or man believes. Romans 10:10. Hemes anakrinometa, we are examined. Acts 4:9. Agesthe, you are led. Galatians 5:18. Agontai, they are led. Romans 8:14. Remark A. The middle voice does not differ in its forms from the passive, except in the future and aorist tenses. In force it is either reflexive, or denotes that the agent does something, or causes something to be done for himself. Sometimes it seems to be simply equivalent to the active voice. For examples, see subsections 36 and 41. Remark B. If in combining prepositions and verbs two vowels come together, the preposition, unless it be peri or pro, loses its final vowel. Thus we find eponomadze and not epionomadze. Remark C. In the second person singular, the termination a is sometimes found. Lesson 31. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending eus. Singular, nominative, basileus. Matthew 14:9. Genitive, basileus. Matthew 2:1. Dative, basilei. Matthew 18:23. Accusative, basileia. Matthew 1:6. Vocative, basileu. Acts 25:26. Plural, nominative, basileis. Matthew 17:25. Plural, genitive, basileun. Matthew 11:8. Plural, dative, basileusi or basileusin. Revelations 10:11. Plural, accusative, basileis. Luke 21:12. Remark A. Nouns with the genitive ending eus have as nominative endings aus, only nous, eus, es, only Moses, iota, e, only sinapi, is, us, only pechus. Remark B. Those in eus and es are masculine, those in e, iota, neuter, and the rest, almost without exception, feminine. Remark C. Those in aus, is, and us form the accusative in nu. Thus from nous we have the accusative noun. Acts 27:41. From pistis, the accusative pistin. Matthew 17:20. From pechus, the accusative pechun. Matthew 6:27. Remark D. Moses, in most modern editions Mouses, has a dative in e, eta iota subscript, and an accusative in en, besides the regular forms. Remark E. In the printed editions, pecheon is contracted to pechon, but some of the manuscripts have the uncontracted forms. Translate. 1. Leproe katharizontai. Matthew 11:5. 2. Entois oikois ton basileun. Matthew 11:8. 3. Pisteoes basileu Agrippa tois prophetais. Acts 26:27. 4. Kai equisen ho basileus Herodes. Mark 6:14. 5. Entais hemerais Herodu tu basileus tes Judaias. Luke 1:5. 6. Ho archon ton basileon tes ges. Revelations 1:5. 7. Ectus domatos tu pseudo prophetu. Revelations 16:13. Ego brosin echo. John 4:32. Ean echete pistin hos kokkon sinapios. Matthew 17:20. 10. Diastrepsai ton anthypaton apo tes pisteos. Acts 13:8. End of section 10. Section 11 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 11. Lessons 32 to 35. Lesson 32. Verbs in O, in the imperfect, indicative, passive, and middle. Enekoptomen, I was hindered. Romans 15:22. Erchu, thou wast coming. Acts 9:17. Egeto, he was led. Luke 4:1. Katechometha, we were held or bound. Romans 7:6. Egesthe, you were led. 1 Corinthians 12:2. Egonto, they were led. Luke 23:32. Remark A. Whenever nu comes before a palatal, it is changed into gamma. Thus in Acts 24:4 we find enkopto instead of enkopto. The introduction of a vowel after the gamma changes the consonant back to nu, as in enekoptomen. Lesson 33. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending ros, preceded by a vowel. Singular, nominative, cher, Luke 1:66. Genitive, cheros, Luke 1:71. Dative, cheri, Luke 3:17. Accusative, chera, Luke 5:13. Plural. Nominative, cheres, Acts 20:34. Genitive, cheron, Luke 4:11. Dative, chersi or chersin, Luke 6:1. Accusative, cheras, Luke 4:40. Remark A. The nouns belonging here are those in ar, genitive aros, eir, genitive eros, only cher, genitive eros, genitive eros, genitive uros, only pur, genitive uros, only martus, and genitive oros. Remark B. These nouns are all masculine, except cher and to pur. Remark C. The dative plural of martus is martusin. Acts 10:41. Translate. 1. Etherapuonto. Acts 28:9. 2. Bale hudor eston niptera. John 13:5. 3. Diates epithesios ton cheron ton apostolon. Acts 8:18. 4. Diacheros Barnaba kai Saulo. Acts 11:30. Paulos katesesen te cheri to lao. Acts 21:40. 6. Katasesas ten chera. Acts 19:33. 7. Polakis garpipte esto pur kai polakis esto hudor. Matthew 17:15. 8. Glossai hose puros. Acts 2:3. 9. Esten limnen tu puros. Revelations 20:10. 10. Kata ton archonta tes exousias tu aeros. Ephesians 2:2. Lesson 34. Verbs in O, in the future, indicative, passive. So thesomai, I shall be cured. Matthew 9:21. So these, thou shalt be saved. Acts 11:14. So thesetai, he will be kept safe. John 10:9. So thesometha, we shall be saved. Romans 5:9. Ach thesesthe, you will be led. Matthew 10:18. Basanis thesontai, they will be tormented. Revelations 20:10. Remark A. When two mutes come together, they must both be either smooth, middle, or rough, and the character of the second determines that of the first. Thus in achthesisthe, the rough, tense characteristic theta necessitates the change of the middle mute gamma into its corresponding rough. See page 3-4, remark C. Remark B. When tau, delta, theta, or zeta comes before tau, delta, theta, zeta, or mu, the former consonant is usually changed into sigma. Thus, instead of basanids thesontai, we have basanis thesontai. Lesson 35. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending ros preceded by a consonant. Singular, nominative. Pater, Matthew 5:48. Genitive patros, Matthew 2:22. Dative patri, Matthew 6:1. Accusative patera, Matthew 4:22. Vocative pater, Matthew 6:9. Plural pateres, Luke 6:23. Genitive pateron, Luke 1:17. Dative patrasi or patrasin, Acts 7:44. Accusative pateras, Acts 7:19. Remark A. 5 nouns, he meter, he thugater, he gaster, ho pater, ho aner, which would regularly have the ending eros in the genitive, drop the epsilon in the genitive and dative singular and dative plural. In the dative plural they also insert alpha before the case ending. Remark B. In aner, delta always takes the place of epsilon. Translate. 1. Epistrepsai cardias pateron epitechna. Luke 1:17. 2. Ekakos sentus pateras. Acts 7:19. 3. Patera echomen ton Abraham. Matthew 3:9. 4. Pater Kyrie tu uranu kaites ges. Matthew 11:25. 5. He meter ton huion Zebedaiu. Matthew 20:20. 6. Meta ton andron. Luke 11:31. 7. Aner onomati Yosef. Luke 23:50. 8. Andra uk echo. John 4:17. 9. Ekton thugateron Aaron. Luke 1:5. 10. Hopater tu paidiu elegen pisteo. Mark 9:24. End of section 11.
Section 12 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zoe. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 12, Lessons 36 to 40. Lesson 36. Verbs in omega in the future indicative middle. Ego kaukesomai, I will boast. Akuse, thou shalt hear. Zesetai, he shall or will live. Akusometha, we will hear. Akusesthe, you shall hear. Akusontai, they will hear. Those verbs which are not used in the active voice, but which, in their passive or middle forms, have an active signification, are called passive or middle deponents. Some verbs are deponent only in particular tenses. In some manuscripts and editions, epsilon iota is found as an ending of the second person singular in the future indicative middle, instead of eta with an iota subscript. Lesson 37. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending nos. These nouns are inflected like ker, lesson 33, but drop nu before sin, sigma iota nu, in the dative plural, the preceding vowel remaining the same as in the genitive. They have the endings ein, genitive enos, ein, genitive enos, ein, genitive enos, but only in the case of odin, is, genitive enos, but only in the case of salamis, own, genitive onos, and own, genitive onos. Phrein, Odin, Salamis, and Halon are feminine, the rest masculine. Translate. Hosper ho poimein, aphoridze ta probata apo ton eriphon. Matthew 25:32. Ekusa phonein ektu uranu. Revelations 10:4. Hupagete kai humes eis ton ampelona. Matthew 20:4. Ti poiese ho kurios tu ampelonos. Mark 12:9. Me uk ekomen exousian adelphein gunaika periagein. 1 Corinthians 9:5. Tis putewe ampelona. 1 Corinthians 9:7. Me adicesete ten gain, meta ten thalasan, meta ta dendra. Revelations 7:3. Idu erketai meta ton nephelon. Revelations 1:7. Kai eblasphemisan hoi anthropoi, ton theon ek tes pleges, tes kaladzes. Revelations 16:21. Basileos, basileon, kai kurios, kurion. Revelations 14:16. Lesson 38. Verbs in omega in the aorist indicative passive. Epistothein ego. I was entrusted with. Su egenethes. Thou wast born. Epistothe. It was believed. Esothemen. We were saved. Egerasthete. You were bought. Epistothesan. They were entrusted with. Many verbs insert sigma before theta in the aorist passive. Lesson 39. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending us. Singular. Nominative oros. Genitive orus. Dative ore. Accusative oros. Plural. Nominative ore. Genitive oreon. Dative oresin. Accusative ore. There belong here all neuters in os, the masculines diotephes and ermogenes, which, however, occur in the New Testament only in the nominative, and the feminines eidos, found only in the genitive, and peitho, dative peithoi, found as a various reading in 1 Corinthians 2:4. See Lesson 47. In the neuters, the ending us, omicron, upsilon, sigma, has been contracted from eos, epsilon, omicron, sigma. The ending a, epsilon iota, diphthong, from ei, epsilon iota. And the ending a eta, from ea, epsilon alpha. The genitive plural, eon, epsilon omega nu, is usually contracted to on, omega nu, oreon and keleon being exceptions. The genitive eidus, ending in omicron upsilon sigma, equals eidos, ending in omicron omicron sigma. Lesson 40. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending os. Compared to Lesson 19. Only ha or he, bus, and ha kus belong here. In the accusative singular they have boon and kun, the latter word being found in no other cases. In the plural the genitive baon and the accusative boas occur. Translate. Anekthemen, Acts 27:2. Ebarethemen, 2 Corinthians 1:8. Anabaine esto oros, Mark 3:13. Entois oresin, Mark 5:5. Tote arxontai legen tois oresin, Luke 23:30. He Philadelphia meneto, Hebrews 13:1. Diato me ekhen bathos geis, Matthew 13:5. Note: the infinitive with the neuter article is equivalent to a participial substantive. Emblepsate esta peteina tu uranu, Matthew 6:26. Epi hegemonas de kai basileis akthesesthe, Matthew 5:18. Chemes un accusate ten parabolein, Matthew 13:18. End of section 12. Section number 13 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zoe. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section number 13, Lessons 41 to 45. Lesson 41. Verbs in omega in the aorist indicative middle. Enipsamen, I washed. Kateriso, thou didst prepare. Enipsato, he washed. Hemes edexametha, we received. Etesaste, you asked. Etesanto, they asked. Lesson 42. Nouns of the third declension with the genitive ending us, upsilon omicron sigma. These end in the nominative in upsilon and upsilon sigma, and are inflected similarly to the examples in Lesson 24, except that they have the termination nu in the accusative instead of alpha. See Lesson 31. Those in upsilon are neuter, those in upsilon sigma feminine, with the following exceptions: ho patrus, ho ichthus, ho stachus, and ho or he chus. Lesson 43. Nouns borrowed from the Hebrew. Many of these are indeclinable in their Greek form. Some are inflected like the examples already given, and others have a peculiar declension. Iesus has genitive, dative, and vocative Iesu, and accusative Iesun. Lawes or lawis has genitive lawe or lawi, accusative lawain or lawin. Translate. Apixato. Matthew 27:5. Etesato to soma tu Iesu. Matthew 27:58. Apenipsato tas keras appendanti tu oklu. Matthew 27:24. Etesanto basilea. Acts 8:21. Trugeson tus botruas. Revelations 14:18. Apotus plethus ton ichthuon. John 21:6. Erxanto tilein stakuas kai esthiein. Matthew 12:1. Erkontai proston Iesun. Mark 5:15. Ho Petros lege to Iesu. Mark 9:5. Hexes thesauron en urano. Mark 10:21. Lesson 44. Verbs in omega in the perfect indicative passive and middle. Pepistomai, I have been entrusted with. Apolelusai, thou hast been or art freed from. Sesostai, he has been cured. Hemes gegenemetha, we have been born or were born. Hemes gegeneste, you have become. Kekratentai, they are retained. Gegenemetha and gegeneste are from the irregular verb ginomai. If the root ends in a consonant, the third person plural is formed by combining the nominative plural of the perfect passive participle with the verb ac, the third person plural of emi, to be. Those verbs which insert sigma before theta in the aorist passive, see lesson 38, insert the same letter in the perfect passive before such terminations as begin with mu or tau. On the reduplication in this tense, see lesson 7. The perfect tense, since it represents the result of a completed action as continuing in the present, must often be rendered into English by the present tense. In rare cases it is best translated by the imperfect. Lesson 45. The inflection of adjectives, particularly those in os a or a on, and those in os on. A large number of adjectives have three forms, one for each gender. The feminine is always inflected like feminine nouns of the first declension. See lessons 8, 10, 12, 14, and 17. The masculine and neuter may be either the second or third declension. Adjectives of three terminations with the masculine in os have the feminine in a if the root ends in a vowel other than omicron, or in rho. Many adjectives make the masculine form do service for both the masculine and feminine genders. Some of these have also a neuter form, others not. In the case of those adjectives with three forms, which have the endings os masculine, a or a feminine, on neuter, the masculine and neuter are inflected like anthropos and ergon. See lesson 19. In the same manner are inflected those adjectives which have only the two endings os masculine and feminine, and on neuter. A few adjectives have the terminations us, a, un, which have arisen by contraction from regular forms. See lesson 19. Hileos, found only in Matthew 16:22 and Hebrews 7:12, is an adject nominative for hilaos. Translate. Hetoimasete ten hodon kuriou. Luke 3:4. Kahupestρεψεν ho Jesus en te duname tu pneumatos esten Galilean. Luke 4:14. Hoi grammates kai hoi Pharisaioi. Luke 5:21. Lelusai apogunaikos. 1 Corinthians 7:27. Hegiastaigar ho aner ho apistos, en te gunaiki, kai hegiastai hegune he apistos, en to adelpho. Note: the Textus Receptus has andri. 1 Corinthians 7:14. Pepistomai to evangelion. Galatians 2:7. Dedokimasmetha hupo tu theou. 1 Thessalonians 2:4. Kai orgisthe ho drakon epi te gunaiki. Revelations 12:17. Edioxen ten gunaika. Revelations 12:13. Tis homoios to therioi. Revelations 13:4. Note: supply in translation the verb is. End of section 13. Section number 14 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zoe Dickinson, Victoria, BC. Section 14, Lessons 46 to 51. Lesson 46. Verbs in omega in the pluperfect indicative, passive and middle. Ebebuleumein, I had deliberated. Ebebuloso, thou hadst deliberated. Tethemelioto, it had been founded. Ebebuleumetha, we had deliberated. Ebebulosthe, you had deliberated. Ebebulonto, they had deliberated. If the root ends in a consonant, the third person plural is formed by combining the nominative plural of the perfect passive participle with the verb esan, the imperfect of emi, to be. As the perfect must often be translated by the present, so the pluperfect sometimes has the force of the English imperfect. Lesson 47. Adjectives in ace, s. Next in number to the adjectives in os a, or a on, and os on, are those in ace, masculine and feminine, and s, neuter. About 60 of these are found in the New Testament. Adjectives with these endings are inflected like nouns of the third declension, with the genitive ending us. See Lesson 39. The masculine and feminine having the accusative singular in a, the plural nominative in ace, genitive on, dative esse, accusative ace. Lesson 48. Adjectives in on. There are several adjectives with these endings, the majority of them anomalous comparatives. See Lesson 57. They are inflected like nouns of the third declension, with the genitive ending nos. See Lesson 37, except in so far as the neuter is subject to the rule in Lesson 19. The comparatives often contract ona into o, and ones and onas into us. Translate. Ho theos, ho poiesas ton kosmon. Note: a participle preceded by an article is generally best rendered by the indicative mode, with a relative pronoun for its subject. Acts 10:24. Dialegeto de en te synagogae. Acts 18:4. Crispos de ho archisynagogos epistelsen to kurio. Acts 18:8. Aphrones uko poiesas to exothen kai to esothen epoiesen. Note: an adverb preceded by an article has the force of a substantive. Luke 11:40. Hideoskar anekheste ton aphronon. 2 Corinthians 11:19. Su teterikas ton kalon oinon heos arti. John 2:10. Homedzon douleuse to elasoni. Romans 9:12. Uk esto kreson, ala esto heson, sunerkeste. 1 Corinthians 11:17. Metanoesan esto kerugma iona, kai idu pleon iona hode. Note: see Lesson 82. Matthew 12:41. Ego de echo ten marturian, mezzo tu Ioannu. Note: than John, i.e., than that of John. John 5:36. Lesson 49. Verbs in omega in the present subjunctive, passive and middle. Ean proseukomai, if I pray. Hotan proseuke, whenever thou prayest. Hina doxagetai, that he may be glorified. Pherometha, let us press on. Hotan proseukeste, whenever you pray. Hina ginontai, that they may be made. Lesson 50. adjectives in us, ea, u. These adjectives, which are few in number, have their genitive masculine and neuter in eos, sometimes contracted into us. Otherwise they are inflected in these genders like nouns of the third declension in us, genitive eos. See Lesson 31. Lesson 19 is to be borne in mind with regard to the nominative and accusative neuter, the plural ending of which is ea, sometimes contracted into a. Lesson 51. The adjective pas. The nominative forms are pas, passa, pan. Pas and pan are inflected like nouns of the third declension, with the genitive in antos. See Lesson 29. Except in so far as pan is subject to the rule in Lesson 19, which assimilates it in declension to broma. See Lesson 22. Translate. Angelos de Kyriou elalesen pros Philippon. Acts 8:26. Elpida ekon eston theon. Acts 24:15. Uk ep arto mono zesetai ho anthropos. Matthew 4:4. Anakoresen esten Galilean. Matthew 4:12. Keruson to evangelion tes basileas, kai therapeuon pasan noson, kai pasan malachian, en to lao. Matthew 4:23. Lampe passin tois en theoikia. Note: the article, when standing without a substantive, is equivalent to a demonstrative pronoun. Matthew 5:15. Tacus esto accusai, bradus esto lalesai, bradus es orgein. James 1:19. Orgegar andros dikaiosunein theou ou katergazetai. James 1:20. Kai idou hormesen passa he agele, ton koiron kata tu kremnu eis ten thalasan. Matthew 8:32. Kai periegen ho Jesus, tas poles passas, kai tas comas. Matthew 9:35. End of section 14.
Section 15 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 15. Lesson 52 to 55. 52. Verbs in omega in the aorist subjunctive passive. Hinazoto, that I may be saved, Acts 16:30. Hopos andikaiotes, that thou mayst be justified, Romans 3:4. Hinazote, that she may be saved, Mark 5:23. Hina dikaiotomen, that we might be justified, Galatians 2:16. Hina hymeis zotete, that you may be saved, John 5:43. Hina zotosin, that they may be saved, Luke 8:12. 53. The adjectives megas and polys. Singular. Nominative megas, megale, mega. Genitive megalou, megales, megalou. Dative megalo, megale, megalo. Accusative megan, megalen, mega. Nominative polys, polä, poly. Genitive polou, polès, polou. Dative polo, polä, polo. Accusative polyn, polän, poly. Remark: in the plural, these adjectives are inflected like those in os, of 3 terminations, thus megaloi, megalai, megala, etc., poloi, polai, pola, etc. Translate. 1. Alupantes hypekusan tu euangeliu, Romans 10:16. 2. Hina to pneuma sute ente hemera to kyrio, 1 Corinthians 5:5. 3. Pantes gar hoi prophetai, kai onomos eos Ioannou e propheteisan, Matthew 11:13. Note: the Textus Receptus reads proepheteisan. 4. Tis ekton duo epoiesen to telema to patros, Matthew 21:31. 5. Pantes gar hos propheten echusin ton Ioannen, Matthew 21:26. 6. Kai aithesas pinakidion egrapsen, Luke 1:63. 7. Jesus te pleres pneumatos hagiu hypestrepsen apoto Jordanu, Luke 4:1. 8. Hypestrepsen meta phones megales doxazon ton theon, Luke 17:15. 9. Udepote elalasen utos anthropos, John 7:46. 10. Hymeisei to pneumati to hagiu antipiptete, Acts 7:51. 54. Verbs in omega in the aorist subjunctive middle. Hina ego kauchesomai, that I may be boast, 2 Corinthians 11:16. Hosa an aithese, whatsoever thou mayst ask, John 11:22. Hu an aithesetai, whatever she might ask, Matthew 14:7. Entysometa, let us put on, Romans 13:12. Ti endyseste, what you shall put on, Matthew 6:25. Hina aithesontai, what they should ask for, Matthew 27:20. 55. Adjectives not inflected like any of the preceding and of rare occurrence in the New Testament. Remark A. In Hebrews 7:3 and there only, we find apato and ameto. Their inflection in classical Greek is like that of nouns of the third declension in or, genitive oros. Remark B. Harpax is inflected like nouns of the third declension with a genitive ending gos. Remark C. Penes is found only in the dative plural penesin, 1 Corinthians 9:9, and is inflected like nouns of the third declension with a genitive in ethos. Remark D. Autochair is found only in the nominative plural, Acts 27:19, and is inflected like chair. Remark E. Tetrapus is declinable in the masculine like pus, but in the New Testament occurs only in the neuter plural tetrapoda, genitive on. Remark F. From naestis, genitive ios, we have the accusative plural naestes in 2 passages, Matthew 15:32, Mark 8:3, but no other forms are found. Remark G. Arsen and arren are inflected like nouns of the third declension in an, genitive enos. Remark H. Melas, Revelation 6:5-12, has the accusative singular feminine melainan, Matthew 5:36, but no other forms are found. Remark E. Ekon, 1 Corinthians 9:17, has a feminine ekusa, Romans 8:20, but no other forms. Akon for aekon, a privative, and ekon occurs only in 1 Corinthians 9:17. Remark J. Hellenis and patris are feminine and inflected like nouns of the third declension in is, genitive eidos. Translate. Agile choiron polon, Matthew 8:30. 2. Poloi telonai kai hamartoloi, Matthew 9:10. 3. Homen terismos polys, hoide ergatai oligoi, Matthew 9:37. 4. Echon ktemata pola, Matthew 19:22. 5. Meta dynameos kai doxes poles, Matthew 24:30. 6. Metade polynchonon erchetai to Kyrios, Matthew 25:19. 7. Gynaikes polai, Matthew 27:55. 8. Kai polypletos apotes Galileias ekulutesen, Mark 3:7. Note, the Textus Receptus reads ekulutesan. 9. Polus gar eterapeisen, Mark 3:10. 10. Hopu ok eichen gen polen, Mark 4:5. End of section 15. Section 16 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 16, Chapters 56 to 59. 56. Verbs in omega in the optative, passive, and middle. Present middle, aibuloito, if he wished, or whether he was willing, Acts 25:20. Aorist passive, pletunteiae, may it be multiplied, 1 Peter 1:2. Aorist middle, oxaimen an, I would pray, or I would to God, Acts 26:29. 57. The comparison of adjectives. Remark A. Most adjectives in os and ys form their comparative and superlative degrees by dropping s and adding teros aon and tatos aon. Remark B. When the penult is short, adjectives in os compared as above lengthen omikron to omega. Thus 1 Corinthians 1:25 we find sophoteron and not sophoteron. Remark C. Adjectives in as shorten eta into epsilon and add teros aon and tatos aon. Remark D. Adjectives in on shorten omega into omikron and add esteros aon and estatos aon. Remark E. Tachys and kalos take the endings ion and istos, thus tachys, tachion, tachistos, kalos, kallion, kallistos. Remark F. The following are anomalous. Positive agathos, comparative kreiton or kreison, beltion, superlative kratistos. Positive kakos, comparative cheiron, etton or esson. Positive megas, comparative maidson, superlative megistos. Positive mikros, comparative mikroteros, elaton or elasson, superlative elachistos. Positive polys, comparative pleion, neuter pleion or pleon, superlative pleistos. Remark G. Mesoteran, 3 John 4, is a double comparative. Elachistotero, Ephesians 3 8, a comparative formed from a superlative. Remark H. From the adverbs ano, eso, kato are formed the comparative adjectives anoteros, esoteros, katoteros. Translate. 1. Sypistin echeis, kago erga echo. James 2:18. 2. Epistesen de Abraham to Theo. James 2:23. 3. Memeristai ho Christos. 1 Corinthians 1:13. 4. Ho echon ta hepta pneumata, tu Theo kai tus hepta asteras. Revelation 3:1. 5. Erchomai tachy. Revelation 3:11. 6. Agapetoi me panti pneumati pistoiete, alla dokimadzete ta pneumata. 1 John 4:1. 7. Oti me pepistoiken, aisto onoma tu monogenous hyo tu teu. John 3:18. 8. Kai polo pleios episteisan. John 4:41. 9. To sabato eterapoisen hu Jesus. Luke 13:14. 10. Aster asteros diaferei in doxe. 1 Corinthians 15:41. 58. Verbs in omega in the present, imperative, passive, and middle. Egeiru, arise thou. Lucas 8:54. Proseichesto, let him pray. James 5:13. Egeireste, arise ye. Matthew 26:46. Dokimazestosan, let them be proved. 1 Timotheus 3:10. 59. Numerals. Remark A. Of the cardinal numbers, those which are declined are the first 4, inflected as below, and the even hundreds, excepting hekaton, 100, which are inflected like plural adjectives in oi, ai, a. Nominative heis 1, mia, hen. Genitive henos, mias, henos. Dative heni, mia, heni. Accusative hena, mian, hen. Nominative duo 2. Genitive duo. Dative dusin. Accusative duo. Nominative tres, 3, masculine and feminine, neuter tria. Genitive trion, neuter trion. Dative trisin, neuter trisin. Accusative tres, neuter tria. Nominative tessares, 4, neuter tessera. Genitive tessaron, neuter tessaron. Dative tessarsin, neuter tessarsin. Accusative tesseras, neuter tessera. Note: Tischendorf reads tessera and sometimes tesseras. Remark B. The ordinal numbers end in os and are declined like adjectives in os, ä or a on. Translate. 1. Proseichesto hina di Hermeneuye. 1 Corinthians 14:13. 2. Egeireste agomen. Mark 14:42. 3. Ega ton hena misesei, kai ton heteron agapesei. Henos antexetai, kai tu heteru kata phronesei. Matthew 6:24. 4. Poso un diaferei anthropos probatu. Matthew 12:12. 5. Anthropos eichen duotekna. Matthew 21:28. 6. Periagete ten thalassan kai ten xeran poiesai hena proselyton. Matthew 23:15. 7. Ekton tessaron anemon. Matthew 24:31. 8. Kai ekusa phonen mian ekton tessaron keraton tu thysiasteriou tu kresu tu eponion tu teu. Revelation 9:13. 9. Posus artus echete. Matthew 15:34. 10. Hepta kai oliga ichthydia. Matthew 15:34. End of section 16. Section 17 of an introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 17, Chapter 60 to 63. 60. Verbs in omega in the aorist, imperative passive. Phytoiteti, be thou plainted. Luke 17:6. Stauroteto, let him be crucified. Matthew 27:22. Synachtete, gather yourselves together. Revelation 19:17. Bouleutetosan, let them be advised. 61. The inflection of participles. Remark A. Those in os are inflected like adjectives in os are on. See chapter 45. Remark B. Those in on and us have their feminine in usa and their neuter in on. The masculine and neuter are declined like archon, except that the neuters are subject to the rule in chapter 19, remark E. Remark C. Those in as, eis and us have their feminines in asa, eisa, and usa, and their neuters in an, en, and un. The masculines and neuters have their genitive in antos, entos, and yntos, and are declined like archon, except that the neuters are subject to the rule in chapter 19, remark E. Remark D. Those in os have their feminine in uia and their neuter in os. The masculine and neuter have their genitive in otos and are declined similarly to the nouns in chapter 24 and 22. The only instance among participles of non-conformity to chapter 10 remark B is syneiduies, Acts 5:2. Translate. 1. Agnisteti, Acts 21:24. 2. Dianoichteti, Mark 7:34. 3. Kai adusin ten oden Moiseos dulu tuteo kai ten oden tu arniu. Revelation 15:3. 4. Kai hepolis u chaian echae tu heliu ode tes selenes. Revelation 21:23. 5. Me klaie. Revelation 5:5. 6. Kai ekusa hos phonen ochlu polu kai hos phonen hydaton polon kai hos phonen pronton ischiron. Revelation 19:6. 7. Phobetete ton theon. Revelation 14:7. 8. Proskynesate to poiesanti ton uranon kai ten gen. Revelation 14:7. 9. Lyson tus tesseras angelus. Revelation 9:14. 10. Exaleipsei uteos pandakrion. 62. Verbs in omega in the aorist imperative middle. Nipsai, wash thou. Matthew 6:17. Proskalesasto, let him call for. James 5:14. Enotisaste, give ye ear to. Acts 2:14. Proseixastosan, let them pray. James 5:14. 63. The personal pronouns. Remark A. There are, in strictness, but two personal pronouns in New Testament Greek: ego, I, and sy, thou. The place of the third being supplied in the oblique cases, but seldom in the nominative, by the intensive autos, self. Remark B. Ego and sy are inflected as follows: Nominative, singular, ego, genitive, emu, mu, dative, emoi, moi, accusative, eme, me, plural nominative, hemeis, genitive, hemon, dative, hemin, accusative, hemas. Nominative singular, sy, genitive, su, dative, soi, accusative, se. Plural nominative, hymeis, genitive, hymon, dative, hymin, accusative, hymas. Remark E. Autos has three terminations, os, e, o, and is declined after the manner of the adjectives in os, e, on. Translate. 1. Hagiasteto to honomasu. Matthew 6:9. 2. Ti epoiesensoi, pos enoixensoi tus ophthalmous. John 9:26. 3. Ti palin telete akuein. John 9:27. 4. Legusin to typhlo palin syti leges peri autou. John 9:17. 5. En hamartiais sy egenetes holos, kai sydidasces hemas. John 9:34. 6. Agusin auton prostos pharisaios, ton pote typhlon. John 9:13. 7. Kai hymeis ten auten ennoian hoplisaste. 1 Peter 4:1. 8. Hypage nipsai aistin colymbetran tu Siloam. John 9:7. 9. Ti me legeis agaton. Luke 18:19. 10. Eti hensoi leipei. Luke 18:22. End of section 17. Section 18 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 18, chapters 64 to 71. 64. Verbs in omega in the perfect, imperative, passive, and middle. Pefimoso, be thou still. Mark 4:39. Peperasto, let it be tried. Aristophanes Vespai 11:29. Eroste, fare ye well. Acts 15:29. Bebuleistosan, or stone, let them deliberate. 65. The reflexive pronouns. Remark A. These are 3 in number. Emautou, of myself, seautou, of thyself, and heautou, of himself. Remark B. They are found only in the oblique cases, and in New Testament Greek the first 2 occur only in the masculine singular, the place of their plurals being supplied by the plural of heautou. Remark C. Heautou has both masculine and feminine forms in both numbers. It is occasionally used for seautou. Remark D. The reflexives are declined with the limitations above mentioned, like the intensive autos. See chapter 63, remark E. 66. The reciprocal pronoun allelon, of each other, of one another. Remark: in the New Testament the only forms are plural genitive allelon, dative allelois, accusative allelous. 67. Possessive pronouns. Remark A. From the genitives of the personal pronouns are formed the possessive adjective pronouns emos, on, mine, hemeteros, on, ours, zos, on, thine, hymeteros, on, yours. Remark B. They are inflected like adjectives in os, or on. Translate. 1. autoste ho Johannes eichen to endyma autou apotrichon camelu kai zonen dermatinen periten os phyn autou. Matthew 3:4. 2. Lege auto ho Jesus poreo. John 4:50. 3. Kago ean hypsoto ectes ges, pantas ecluso pros hemauton. John 12:32. 4. Kago agapeso auton kai emphaniso auto hemauton. John 14:21. 5. Kai hyperauton ego hagiazo hemauton. John 17:19. 6. Prosecheteun heautois. Acts 20:28. 7. Misesusin allelus. Matthew 24:10. 8. Me heneken bromatos katalue to ergon tu teu. Romans 14:20. 9. Sydeti crines ton adelphonsu. Romans 14:10. 10. Ho estion curio estiei. Romans 14:6. 68. Verbs in omega, the infinitive, passive, and middle. Present passive and middle therapeuestai, to be cured. Luke 5:15. Aorist passive pisteutenai, to be entrusted with. 1 Thessalonians 2:4. Aorist middle nipsastai, to wash. John 13:10. Perfect passive and middle apolelystai, to have been released. Acts 26:32. 69. Demonstrative pronouns. Remark A. The principal ones are houtos, this one, and ekainos, that one. The latter is declined like autos. See chapter 63, remark C. The former has for its nominatives houtos, haute, tuto, and houtoi, hautai, tauta. The remaining forms are beginning with tau and being inflected regularly like autos. Remark B. In like manner are declined tosutos, aute, uto, toiutos, aute, uto, telikutos, aute, uto, and allos, o. 70. The relative pronouns hos. Remark: its form in the nominative singular are hos, he, ho, and is inflected regularly like autos. 71. Interrogative and definitive pronouns. Remark A. The interrogative tis, neuter t, and the indefinite pronouns of the same form are inflected like nouns of the third declension, with the genitive ending nos. See chapter 37, except that the neuters are subject to the rule in chapter 19, remark E. Remark B. The indefinite relative hostis, hetis, hoti, whoever, whatever, compounded of hos and tis, reflects both its component parts. In Matthew 5:25 occurs the secondary form hotu in place of the regular houtinos. Remark C. The indefinite deina, such a one, is found only in Matthew 26:18. Translate. 1. Uga hos hymeis hypolambanete hutu methusin. Acts 2:15. 2. Hode Simon kai autos epistoisen. Acts 8:13. 3. Homoiothesetai andri phronimou hostis hokodomesen ten oikian autou epiten petran. Matthew 7:24. Note, instead of homoiothesetai, the Textus Receptus reads homoioso auton. End of note. 4. Pasa phyteiaen uk ephyteusen ho patermoi ho uranios ekritsothesetai. Matthew 15:13. 5. Agapeseis ton plesion su hos se auton. Mark 12:31. 6. Ho agatos anthropos ectu agatou therapou tes cardias autou proferei to agaton. Luke 6:45. 7. Hode Jesus epureueto syn autois. Luke 7:6. 8. Blebeis tauten ten gynaika. Luke 7:44. 9. Tiniun homoioso tos anthropous tes genias tautes. Luke 7:31. 10. Hepsatomu tis. Luke 8:46. End of section 18. Section 19 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 19, chapters 72 to 74. 72. Passive and middle participles of verbs in omega and the nominative singular masculine. Present passive and middle elenchomenos, being reproved. Luke 3:19. Aorist passive hadnisteis, having been purified. Acts 21:26. Aorist middle nipsamenos, having washed myself. John 9:11. Perfect passive and middle pepeidomenos, having been educated. Acts 22:3. Remark: on the inflection of the passive and middle participles, see chapter 61, remark A, C. 73. Contract verbs. Remark A. Verbs in ao, eo, and o are contracted in the present and imperfect tenses, although there are a few exceptions to the rule. These contractions give rise to omega from ao, au, eo, o, oe. Omega with iota subscriptum from aoi, alpha from ae, only in the infinitive active, alpha with iota subscriptum from ae, epsilon iota from e, omicron y from eo, eu, oe, oo, ou. Eta from ae, E, eta with iota subscriptum from AE, EA, omicron iota from OE, OE, EOI, OOI. Other contractions than these must be considered irregular. Remark B. The second person singular of the present indicative passive and middle sometimes ends in sei instead of ä. Translate. 1. Kai katos telete hinapoiosin hymin hoi anthropoi kai hymeis poieite autois homoios. Luke 6:31. 2. Ti de me kalaite Kyrie Kyrie kai upoieite alego. Luke 6:46. 3. Agapagar to ethnos hemon kai ten synagogen autos okodomesen hymin. Luke 7:5. 4. Kauchasto de hu adelphosto tapeinos into hypsei autou. James 1:9. 5. Hypostrophe eiston oikonsu. Luke 8:39. 6. Ento nomo ti gekraptai. Luke 10:26. 7. Poreu kai sypoiei homoios. Luke 10:37. 8. Kai dialogizeto en auto legon ti poieso hotiuk echo pusynaxo tus carpus mu. Luke 12:17. 9. Ephobunto ton laon. Mark 11:32. 10. Homen hyos tu anthropou hypagei katos gekraptai periautou. Mark 14:21. 74. Liquid verbs. Remark A. Those are called liquid verbs which, ending in omega, have one of the liquids lambda, mu, nu, rho as the last letter of the root. Remark B. More than 200 of these, including compounds, are found in the New Testament. The majority end in no, while there are very few in mo. Remark C. As a rule, these verbs do not have the tense characteristic s in the future and aorist active and middle. Remark D. If the vowel before the liquid is long, in the future it is shortened, the diphthongs I and A become a and e respectively, and one lambda in verbs in allo being dropped. Remark E. In the aorist active, the vowel before the liquid is uniformly long. If in the future it has been shortened, remark D, it is not always lengthened in the aorist to the form which it had in the present. The aorist and perfect passive and the perfect active retain the short vowel, although epsilon is often changed to alpha in verbs of 2 syllables. Remark F. In the future, they are inflected like the present of contract verbs, see chapter 73. The ending omega with circumflex having apparently come from eso through the immediate eo. The future indicative active ending in full are singular o, eis, ei, plural umen, eite, usin. Remark G. The aorists active and middle are inflected regularly except as above indicated. Remark H. Liquid and mood and occasionally poor verbs form the third person plural, and sometimes other persons, both singular and plural, of the perfect and plusquamperfect passive and middle periphrastically, by prefixing or else affixing the nominative of the perfect passive participle to the present and imperfect tenses, respectively of the verbs eimi, for example, gynaikestines ai aesan teterapei menai. Certain women who had been healed. Luke 8:2. See chapter 44, remark A, and chapter 46, remark A. Translate. 1. Epimeno de Epheso eos tes Pentecostes. 1 Corinthians 16:8. 2. Tote erotesan auton epimenai hemeras tinas. Acts 10:48. 3. Epimenamen autou hemeras hepta. Acts 21:4. 4. Meinate ode kai gregorete met emu. Matthew 26:38. 5. Emeinen de Mariam syn autae Hosemenas 3, kai hypestrepsen eiston oikon autes. Luke 1:56. 6. Meinon met hemon. Luke 24:29. 7. Kai ekai emeinan upollas hemeras. John 2:12. 8. Eantas entolas mu teresete menete ente agape mu. John 15:10. 9. Tois angelois autou enteleitai perisu. Matthew 4:6. 10. He evangelia hen autos epengeleilato hemin. 1 John 2:25. End of section 19. Section 20 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 20, chapter 75 to 77. 75. Duplicate or second tenses. Remark A. Sometimes, in addition to certain of the regular tenses, but usually instead of them, many verbs have secondary forms. Remark B. The second aorist active ends in on and is inflected like the imperfect active, chapter 3. A second aorist active in a, called the Alexandrian aorist, is occasionally met with, and also the Alexandrian ending osan for on in the third person plural of the imperfect and second aorist active. Remark C. The second aorist passive ends in an and is inflected like the first aorist passive, chapter 38. Remark D. The second aorist middle ends in omen and is inflected like the imperfect passive and middle, chapter 32. Remark E. The second perfect active ends in a and is inflected like the first perfect active, chapter 7. Remark F. The second pluperfect active ends in ein and is inflected like the first pluperfect active, chapter 9. Remark G. The second future passive ends in aesomai and is inflected like the first future passive, chapter 34. Remark H. The other modes are formed regularly from the indicative, the second aorist active and middle following the analogy of the present active and middle. Remark E. The root to which the endings of the second tenses are affixed is frequently not the exact root to the present, but a simpler form. Thus the second aorist active of φεύγω is not έφευγον, which is the form of the imperfect, but έφυγον, Matthew 26:57. Sometimes the roots are altogether unlike, as in τρέχω, 1 Corinthians 9:26, second aorist έδραμον, Matthew 28:8. Translate 1. Pos φύγετε, Matthew 23:33. 2. Έφυγον από του μνημείου, Mark 16:8. 3. Έφυγεντε Moises εν το λόγο τούτο, Acts 7:29. 4. Επυντάνετο παρ αυτόν που ο Χριστός γεννάται, Matthew 2:4. 5. Pytomenos hoti από Κιλικίας, Acts 23:34. 6. Έδραμον απαγγέλει τοις μαθηταῖς αυτού, Matthew 28:8. 7. Έτρεχονται οι δύο ομού, John 20:4. 8. Απαγγέλατε moi, Matthew 2:8. 9. Απεγγέλαν πάντα, Matthew 8:33. 10. Απεγγέλλεντε ο δεσμοφύλαξ τους λόγους τότους προς τον Παύλον, Acts 16:36. 76. Verbs in me. Remark A. About 100 of the New Testament verbs end in me, a very large proportion of which, however, are compounds, many of them of rare occurrence. Remark B. Their stems end either in eta, long y, or in a single instance omega, lengthened from epsilon or alpha, y and o, micron, which are preserved in many of the forms. Remark C. Didomi and several verbs in emi have a reduplicated stem in the present and imperfect. Remark D. In the present, imperfect, and second aorist, the inflection of the verbs in me is generally anomalous, chiefly from the absence of connecting vowels in the endings. Thus we have etento, Acts 5:18, and not eteonto, as the second aorist middle of titemi. Such forms of these tenses as occur in the New Testament are given in the following sections. Remark E. Some of the verbs in omega form the second aorist after the analogy of the verbs in me. 77. Forms of the verb didomi, root do, to give. Remark: in the forms given in this and succeeding sections, the prepositions of compound verbs are for the most part omitted. The numerals 1, 2, 3 indicate persons. End of remark. Active. Present indicative singular 1, didomi, also dido. 2, didos, 3 didosi, plural 3 didoasin, subjunctive singular 3 didoi, plural didosi, imperative singular 2 didu, 3 didoto, plural 2 didote, infinitive didonai, participle didus, neuter didun in some manuscripts. Imperfect indicative singular 1 edidun, 3 edidu, plural 3 edidosan, in composition edidun. Aorist second indicative plural 3 edosan, subjunctive singular 1 do, 2 dos, 3 do and doi, plural 1 domen, 2 dote, 3 dosi, imperative singular 2 dos, 3 dotto, plural dote, infinitive dunai, participle dus. Middle and passive. Present indicative singular 3 didotai, plural 1 didometa, infinitive didostai, participle didomenos. Imperfect indicative singular 3 edideto and edidoto. Middle, aorist second, indicative singular 3 edeto and edoto, plural 2 edoste, 3 edonto. Remark: the peculiar form doe or doe in the active aorist second, third singular subjunctive for do, or optative for doye, according as editors place the iota subscript. Translate. 1. Hosan apolyse ten gynaika autou, doto aute apostasion. Matthew 5:31. 2. Me dote to hagion tois kysin. Matthew 7:6. 3. Dorian dote. Matthew 10:8. 4. Legusin auto tiun Moises enetelato dunai biblion apostasio kai apolysai. Matthew 19:7. Note that textus receptus adds auten. End of note. 5. Domen heme domen. Mark 12:14. 6. Dos tuto topon. Luke 14:9. 7. Udes edidu auto. Luke 15:16. 8. Ho patermu didosin hymin ton arton ectu uranu ton aletinon. John 6:32. 9. Ho katabainon ectu uranu kai tsuen didus to cosmo. John 6:33. 10. Apangelo to honomazo tois adelphois mu. Hebrews 2:12. End of section 20. Section 21 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 21, chapters 78 and 79. 78. Forms of verbs in emi. 1. Histemi, root sta, to place or station. Aorist second, to stand. Active, present indicative singular 1 histemi, 3 histasi and hista. Subjunctive plural 1 histomen, infinitive histanai, participle histas and histon. Aorist second indicative singular 3 este, plural 1 estimen, 2 estite, 3 estesan. Subjunctive singular 3 ste, plural 2 stete, 3 stosi. Imperative singular 2 stati and sta in composition, 3 stato, plural 2 statae, infinitive stanai, participle stas. Middle and passive. Present indicative singular 3 histatai, plural 3 histantai. Imperative singular 2 histaso, infinitive histastai, participle histamenos. Imperfect indicative singular 3 histato, plural 3 histanto. 2 titemi, root te, to put. Active present indicative singular 1 titemi, 3 titesi, plural 1 titemen, 3 titeasi. Imperative singular 2 titei, 3 titeto. Infinitive titenai, participle titeis. Imperfect indicative singular 1 etiton, 3 etitei, plural 3 etitesan, etitun. Aorist second subjunctive singular 1 to, 2 tes, 3 te, plural 3 tosi. Imperative singular 2 tes, infinitive teinai, participle teis. Middle and passive. Present indicative singular 1 titemai, 3 titetai, plural 2 titeste. Imperative plural 3 titestosan, infinitive titestai, participle titemenos. Imperfect indicative singular 3 etiteto, plural 3 etitento. Pluperfect indicative plural 3 eteteinto. Middle aorist second indicative singular 1 ethemen, 2 etu, 3 eteto, plural 2 eteste, 3 etento. Subjunctive plural 1 tometa. Imperative singular 2 tu, plural 2 teste. Infinitive testai, participle temenos. Translate 1. Existanto de pantes. Acts 2, 12. 2. Elegon gar uti exeste. Mark 3, 21. 3. Aniste tu curasion kai periepatei. Mark 5, 42. 4. Palin gegraptai uc ekpeirases kyrion tonteon su. Matthew 4, 7. 5. Dei plerotenae panta ta gegramena ento nomu museos kai prophetais kai psalmois peri emu. Luke 24:44. 6. Hetaire uc adicose uri denariu synephonesas moi. Matthew 22:13. 7. Synelalun pros allelus. Luke 4:36. 8. Kago diatitemai hymin katos dietetomoi ho pater mo basileian. Luke 22:29. 9. Eti autu laluntos erchitaitis paratu archisynagogu. Luke 8:49. 10. Me phobu alla lalei kai me ziopeses. Acts 18:9. 79. Forms of verbs in emi continued. 3. Hiemi, to send. Active. Present indicative singular 1. Hiemi. 3. Hiesi. Plural 1. Hiemen and hiomen. 2. Hiete. 3. Hiasi and hiusin or hiusin. Subjunctive plural 3. Hiosi. Imperative singular 3. Hieto. Plural 2. Hiete. Infinitive hienai. Participle hies and hion or hion. Imperfect indicative singular 3. Hien. Aorist 2. Subjunctive singular 1. Ho. 3. He. Plural 1. Homen. 2. Hete. 3. Hosi. Imperative singular 2. Has. Plural 2. Hete. Infinitive heinai. Participle heis. Middle and passive. Present indicative singular 3. Hietai. Plural 3. Hientai. Hiontai in the Cambridge manuscript. Participle hiemenos. Perfect indicative plural 3. Heontai. 4. Femi, to say. Active. Present indicative singular 1. Femi. 3. Fesi. Plural 3. Fasi. Imperfect indicative singular 3. Ephe. 5. Pimpremi, to burn. Middle and passive. Present infinitive pimprastai. 6. Oninemi, to profit. Middle aorist second optative singular 1. Oinaimen. 7. Dynamai, to be able. Deponent. Present indicative singular 1. Dynamai. 2. Dynasai. Dynae. 3. Dynatai. Plural 1. Dynameta. 2. Dynaste. 3. Dynantai. Subjunctive singular 3. Dynetai. Plural 3. Dynontai. Optative singular 1. Dynaimen. Plural 3. Dynainto. Infinitive dynastai. Participle dynamenos. Imperfect indicative singular 3. Edynato. Plural 2. Edynaste. 3. Edynanto. Remark: a few verbs have eta instead of epsilon for their augment in the imperfect and aorist. 8. Epistamai, to know, understand, deponent. Present indicative singular 1. Epistamai. 3. Epistatai. Plural 2. Epistaste. 3. Epistantai. Participle epistamenos. Translate. 1. Acuete kai syniete. Matthew 15:10. 2. Upo nuete ude syniete. Mark 8:17. 3. Tote di enoixen autun ton nun tu synienai tas graphas. Luke 24:45. 4. Hede probibasteisa aputes metros autes dosmoi, phesin hode epipinaki ten kephalen Ioannou. Matthew 14:8. 5. Houtos ephe dynamai katalysai ton naon to theou kai diatrion hemeron oikodomesai. Matthew 26:61. 6. Katos phasintines. Romans 3:8. 7. Legogar hymin hoti dynatai hoteos ekton liton touton egeirai tekna to Abraham. Matthew 3:9. 8. Legosin auto dynamita. Matthew 20:22. 9. Hoson chronon echusin ton nymphion metauton ou dynantai nysteuein. Mark 2:19. 10. Kai ephubetesan phobon megan. Mark 4:41. End of section 21.
Section 22 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 22. Lessons 80 to 82. 80. Form of verbs in umi. 1. Deiknumi, to show. Active, present indicative singular, first person. Deiknumi. Third person. Deiknusi. Participle. Deiknus. Middle and passive, present indicative, plural, third person. Deiknuntai. Infinitive. Deiknustai. Participle. Deiknumenos. 2. Amphiennumi. To put on, to clothe. Active. Present indicative singular, third person. Amphiennusi. 3. Hypozonnumi. To undergird. Active present participle. Hypozonnus. 4. Apollumi. To destroy, middle and passive, present indicative singular, first person. Apollumai. Third person. Apollutai. Plural, first person. Apollumetha. Participle. Apollumenos. Middle aorist 2. Olomein. Regular. 5. Regnumi. To break, middle and passive, present indicative, plural, third person. Regnuntai. Imperfect indicative, singular, third person. Euregnuto. 6. Dumi. To sink, go down, present in actual use. Duno. Active, aorist, second, singular, third person. Edu. 7. Cremannumi. To hang up, middle and passive, present indicative singular, third person. Crematai. Plural, third person. Cremandai. Participle. Cremanos. Following the analogy of verbs in emi. Imperfect indicative singular, third person. Ekremeto. 8. Spennumi. To quench. Active, present, imperative, plural, second person. Spennute. Middle and passive, present indicative singular, third person. Spennutai. Plural, third person. Spennuntai. 9. Synonymignume. To mix up with. Middle and passive, present imperative, plural, second person. Synonymignuste. Infinitive. Synonymignustae. 10. Omnumi. To swear. Active, present, infinitive. Omnunae. 81. Inflection of the verbs eimi, to be, and eimi, to go. 1. Eimi, present indicative singular, first person, eimi, second person, ei, third person, esti. Plural first person, esmen, second person, este, third person, esi. Subjunctive singular first person, o, second person, es, third person, e. Plural first person, omen, second person, ete, third person, osi. Optative singular, second person, eies, third person, eie. Imperative singular, second person, isti, third person, esto, eto. Plural third person, istosan. Infinitive, einai. Participle, on. Imperfect indicative singular first person, emen. Second person, es, esta. Third person, en. Plural first person, amen. Emetha. Second person, ete. Third person, esan. Future indicative singular first person, esomai. Second person, ese. Third person, estai. Plural first person, esometha. Second person, eseste. Third person, esondai. Infinitive, esistai. Participle, esomenos. 2. Eimi. In the New Testament found only in composition. Present indicative plural third person, iasi. Imperative singular second person, ithi, in the Vatican manuscript. Infinitive, ienai. Participle, ion. Imperfect indicative singular third person, eie. Plural third person, eesan. Translate. 1. Me syschematizeste to aioni tuto. Romans 12:2. 2. Banda gar humon estin. 1 Corinthians 3:21. 3. Kai uk este heafton. 1 Corinthians 6:19. 4. Tinos ton hepta estai gyne. Matthew 22:28. Eide tis pneuma Christu uk eche, utos uk estin autu. Romans 8:9. 6. Ecusate des blasphemias, ti humin phainitai. Mark 14:64. 7. Su eho basileus ton judaion. Mark 15:2. 8. Utos estin ho ios mu ho agapetos. Matthew 17:5. 9. E ectu cosmu ete, ho cosmos an to idion ephile. John 15:19. 10. Exedusan auton ten chlamyda. Matthew 27:31. When sun in composition is followed by zeta or by sigma and another consonant, it may either retain its full form or be shortened to su. 82. Rules of syntax. 1. A neuter plural may be the subject of a singular verb. 2. Verbs implying separation and source are followed by the genitive. 3. All words expressing or implying a part or action upon a part of anything are followed by a genitive of the whole. 4. The genitive, and sometimes the dative, is used to denote possession. 5. Verbs of sense, except those of sight, may govern the genitive. 6. Many verbs denoting operations of the mind govern the genitive. 7. Verbs of accusing, convicting, etc. are followed by a genitive of the person and an accusative of the crime. 8. Certain verbs implying a noun govern the genitive. 9. Words signifying plenty and want are followed by the genitive. 10. The price of a thing is put in the genitive. 11. A noun or a pronoun and a participle may stand in the genitive to denote the time or some other circumstance of an action. This is called the genitive absolute. 12. The genitive of the neuter article with an infinitive is often used to denote purpose. 13. The comparative degree usually governs the genitive, except when followed by a. 14. The instrument with which and the means by which anything is done are put in the dative. 15. A noun used to denote the mode or manner of an action is put in the dative, with or without a preposition. 16. The dative is used to denote that with reference to which, in accordance with which, or on account of which, something is or takes place. 17. Words denoting likeness or similarity are followed by the dative. 18. The dative is used with comparatives and verbs implying comparison to indicate to what extent one thing exceeds or falls short of another. 19. Verbs signifying to contend with, to use, and sometimes those of participating in, are followed by the dative. 20. The dative is sometimes used after passive verbs to denote the agent. 21. The dative, very rarely the genitive, is used to denote the time at which, sometimes during which, a thing takes place, and occasionally the place where. 22. An accusative case may be the subject of an infinitive. 23. Many verbs are followed by an accusative of kindred signification. 24. Some verbs take two accusatives, one of the person and the other of the thing. 25. Duration of time and extent of space are put in the accusative. Translate. 1. Bulomai un proseuchestai, tus andras in pandi topo. 1 Timothy 2:8. 2. Kai kategorun autu oi archieres polla. Mark 25:3. 3. Galionos de anthupateondos tes achaias katepestesan homothumadon oi Judaioi to Paulo. Acts 18:12. 4. Idu peplerokate ten Jerusalem tes didaches humon. Acts 5:28. 5. Esfragistete to pneumati tes evangelias to hagio. Ephesians 1:13. 6. Pasa de gyne proseuchomene e propheteusa akatakalypto te kefale kataiskunei ten kafalen heaftes. 1 Corinthians 11:5. 7. Egar kai tesarki apemi ala ton pneumati sun humin emi. Colossians 2:5. 8. Homoioi auto esometha. 1 John 3:2. 9. Al uk echrisametha te exousia taute. 1 Corinthians 9:12. 10. Heurethin tois eme me zitusin. Romans 10:20. Heurethin, aorist first passive of heurisco, an irregular verb. End of section 22. Section 23 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 23. Vocabulary. Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Alpha. Ho Aaron, Aaron. Ho Abraham, Abraham. He abyssos, an abyss. Agathos, on, adjective, good. Agapao, to love. He agape, es, love. Agapetos, on, adjective, beloved. Ho angelos, a messenger, an angel. He agele, es, a herd. Hagiazo, to make clean or holy, to hallow. Hagios, ion, adjective, holy. Hagnizo, to purify. Agorazo, to buy. Ho agrippas, Agrippa. Ago, to lead, to bring, to go. He adelphe, es, a sister. Ho adelphos, a brother. Adikeo, to do injustice, to hurt, to harm. Ado, to sing. Ae, adverb, ever, always. Ho aer, aeros, air. He aidos, os, modesty, reverence. Aiteo, to ask for. Ho aion, onos, an age. Ho aion, the age, the world. Ho he akatakalyptos, adjective, unveiled, uncovered. Akalutheo, to follow. Akuo, to hear. He aletheia, us, truth. Alethinos, on, adjective, true. Allah, an adversative participle stronger than de, but, yet. Alelon, of one another. He halon, onos, a threshing floor. He hamartia, us, sin. Ho he hamartolos, adjective, sinful. Subst, a sinner. Ho ambelon, onos, a vineyard. An, a particle usually calling for no translation, but serving to give an air of uncertainty or indefiniteness to the words with which it is connected. It may sometimes be rendered perchance. After relative pronouns it is equivalent to the English termination ever, e.g., hos an, whoever. With verbs it is often equivalent to the auxiliary would. Anabaino, to go up. Anago, to lead up. Middle and passive, to set sail. Anakrino, to examine. Anachoreo, to go back, to withdraw. Ho animos, wind. Anechomai, to bear with. Ho aner, andros, a man, a husband. Ho anthropos, a human being, a man. Anthipateo,
to be proconsul. Ho anthypatos, ou a proconsul. Anistemi, to raise up. Aorist, second, to rise up. Anoigo, to open. Andechomai, to cleave to. Andi, with genitive, over against, in exchange for. Andipipto, to resist. Apangelo, to announce, to tell, to report. Apancho, to strangle to death. Apemi, to be absent. Apenandi, adverb, in the presence of. Apistos, on, adjective, without faith, unbelieving. Apo, with genitive, from. Ho Apollos, o Apollos. Apoluo, to free from, to free oneself from, to put away. Aponipto, to wash off, to wash. To apostasion, ou a divorce, a bill of divorce. Ho apostolos, ou an apostle. Hapto, to touch. To arnion, ou a lamb. Arti, adverb, now, just now. Ho artos, ou a loaf of bread, bread, food. Ho archiereus, eos, a chief priest. Ho archisynagogos, ou a ruler of a synagogue. Archomai, to begin. Ho archon, a ruler. Ho aster, eros, a star. To astron, ou a star. Autos, o self, in oblique cases him, her, it. Autu, adverb, there. Aphorizo, to separate. Aphron, on, adjective, senseless, foolish. Achaia, as, Achaia. Do bathos, eos, us, depth. Ballo, to cast, to put, to pour. Bareo, to weigh down. Ho Barnabas, a Barnabas. Basanizo, to torment. He Basileia, as a reign, a kingdom. Ho Basileus, eos, a king. Basileo, to reign. To biblion, ou a writing. Blasphemeo, to blaspheme. He blasphemia, as blasphemy. Blepo, to look, to see. Ho botrus, uos, a bunch of grapes. Boulomai, to will, wish, desire. Ho he bous, os, an ox or cow. Bradus, eia, u, adjective, slow. Hebronte, es, thunder. Ho brygmos, ou, a gnashing of the teeth. Brucho, to gnash the teeth. Do broma, atos, food. He brosis, eos, food. Gamma, to gala, actos, milk. He Galilaya, as, Galilee. Ho Galion, onos, Galio. Gameo, to marry. Gar, conjunction, for. He gaster, teros, tros, the belly. He genia, as, a generation. Genau, to beget, to bring forth. Passive, to be born. He ge, ges, land, earth. To geras, aus, os, old age. Ginomai, to become, to be. He glossa, es, the tongue. To Gonu, gonatos, the knee. Ho grammateus, eos, a scribe. He graphe, es, a writing, a scripture. Grapho, to write. Gregoreo, to watch. He gyne, gynaikos, a woman, a wife. Gyne, gera, a widow woman, a widow. End of section 23. Section 24 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 24. Vocabulary delta, epsilon, zeta. Delta, to, dacryon, u, a tear. De, conjunction, but and. De kai, emphatic, and also. Dei, it is necessary, it must be. To, dendron, u, a tree. Dermatinos, on. Adjective, leathern. Ho, desmophylax, akos, a jailer. Ho, despotes, a master. Dechomai, to receive. To denarion, a denarius. Dia, with genitive and accusative, through, during, in, on account of. Dialegomai, to discourse. Dialogizomai, to reason. Dianoigo, to open. Diastrepho, to turn away, anyone. Diatithemi, to appoint, to assign. Diafero, to differ from, to be worth more than. Didasko, to teach. He didache, es, teaching. Didomi, to give. Diermeneo, to interpret. He dikaiosune, es, justice, righteousness. Diorusso, to dig through, to break through. Ho diotrephes, eos, Diotrephes. Dioko, to pursue, to persecute. Dokimazo, to consider worthy, to try, to test. He doxa, es, glory. Doxazo, to give glory to glorify. Doulewo, to serve, to be in servitude. Ho doulos, a servant. Ho drakon, ondos, a dragon. Dynamai, to be able. He dynamis, eos, power, might, strength. Duo, two. Dorean, adverb, gratuitously, freely. Epsilon, ean, a, and an, if, perchance. Heaftu, of himself. Egeiro, to raise up, middle, to arise. Enkopto, to hinder. Ego, I. To ethnos, a nation. A, conjunction, if. Eime, except. Eimi, to be. Ace with accusative, to, into, in, for, at. Hen, one. Ek with genitive, from, because of, on account of, before a vowel, ex. Ekduo, to strip. Ekei, adverb, there. Ekperazo, to make trial of, to tempt. Ekpipto, to fail. Ekrizo, to root up. Elasson, or ton, on, adjective, comparative of mikros, less, younger. Helkuo, to draw. He, Hellas, Ados, Hellas, Greece. He, Elpis, Idos, hope. Emeautu, of myself. Emblepo, to look at, to consider, with or without ace. Empros, then, adverb and preposition before. Emphanizo, to manifest. En, with dative, in, by, among. To, enjuma, atos, clothing. Hineken, with genitive, on account of, for the sake of. He, ennoia, us, thought, purpose. Entellomai, future. Telumai, to command. He, endole, es, a command. Enopion, with genitive, in the presence of, before. Exaleipho, to blot out, to wipe away. Existemi, to astonish, middle and aorist, second active, to be astonished, to be beside oneself. He, exousia, us, power, authority, right. Exorthen, adverb, from without. To, exorthen, the outside. He, epangelia, us, a promise. Epangelomai, to promise. Epi, with genitive, dative, and accusative, on, upon, towards, at, before, that is, into the presence of. He, epithesis, eos, a placing on, a laying on. Epimeno, future, meno, to remain. Epistrepho, to turn towards, to turn. Eponomazo, to name. Hepta, seven. Ho, ergates, u, a workman, a laborer. To, ergon, u, work. He, eris, idos, strife. Ho, he, eriphos, u, a kid, a young goat. Ho, hermogenes, eos, us, Hermogenes. Erchomai, to come. Erotao, to ask. Esthio, to eat. Esothen, adverb, from within. To, esothen, the inside. Ho, hetairos, u, a companion, a friend. Heteros, a, on, other. Eti, adverb, more still. Hetoimazo, to prepare. To, evangelion, u, good news, the gospel. Heurisko, to find. He, Ephesos, u, Ephesus. Echo, to have, to hold, to consider. Heos, adverb, until. Zeta. Zao, future. Zeso, zesomai, to live. Ho, Zebedaios, u, Zebedee. Zeteo, to seek. He zoe es life. He zone es a girdle. End of section 24. Section 25 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 25. Vocabulary: eta, theta, iota, kappa. Eta. Or. Either, or. Ho, hegemon. Onos, a governor. Hedeos, adverb, gladly. Ho, Heleias, Elias, Elijah. Ho, Helios, the sun. Hemes, plural of ego, we. He, hemera, us, a day. Ho, Herodes, Herod. He, Herodias, Ados, Herodias. Ho, Hesaias, Isaias, Isaiah. Hesson, or don, on, adjective, comparative of kakos, worse. Theta. He, thalassa, es, a sea, a lake. To thelema, atos, will. Thelo, to will, wish, desire. Ho, theos, a god, God. Therapeo, to heal, to cure. Ho, therismos, a harvest. To, therion, a wild beast, a beast. Thesaurizo, to treasure up. Ho, thesauros, treasure, wealth. He, thrix. Trichos, a hare. He, thugater, teros, dros, a daughter. To, thusiasterion, an altar. Iota, idios, on, own, one's own. Idu, interjection, behold. Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Ho, Jesus, Jesus. Ho, himas, andos, a thong, a strap, a latchet. Hina, that, in order that, too. Ho, Jordanes, the Jordan. He, Judea, us, Judea. Judaios, on, Jewish. Substantive masculine, a Jew. Ho, Judas, Judas, Judah. Iskyros, on, adjective, mighty. To ichthydion, a small fish. Ho, ichthyus, a fish. Ho, Ioannes, John. Ho, Jonas, Jonah, Jonas. Ho, Yosef, Joseph. Kappa, katharizo, to purify, to cleanse. Kathos, adverb, as. Kai, conjunction, and, even, also. Kako, to maltreat. Kaleo, to call. Kalos, on, adjective, beautiful, good. Kalos, adverb, well. Ho, he, kamelos, a camel. Gan, a contraction of gai ean, even if, though. He cardia, as, the heart. Ho carpos, fruit. Kata, with genitive and accusative, down, according to. Katabaino, to go or come down. Kataisuno, to bring shame upon, to dishonor, to disgrace. Kataliuo, to destroy. Krtartizo, to prepare. Kataseo, to wave, to beckon. Katafroneo, to despise. Katergazomai, to work out, to produce. Katefistemi, to stand up against, to rush upon. Katejo, to hold. Kategoreo, to accuse of. Kauchaomai, to boast. Tokeras, atos, a horn. He kefale, es, the head. To kerygma, atos, preaching. Kerusso, to proclaim, to preach. He kilikia, as, Cilicia. Klaio, to weep. Ho klauthmos, a weeping. He kleis, kledos, a key. Ho kleptes, a thief. Klepto, to steal. Klino, to recline. Ho kokos, a grain, a seed. He kolumbethra, as, a swimming place, a pool. To korasion, a girl, a maiden. Ho kosmos, order, the world. Krateo, to lay hold of, hold, retain. To kreas, atos, meat, flesh, plural, kreata. Contrastive, krea. Greison, or ton, on, adjective, comparative, of agathos, better. Ho kremnos, a steep place. Krino, to judge. Ho crispos, Crispus. To ktema, atos, a possession. Ho kyrios, a lord, a master. Ho he kuon, kunos, a dog. He kome, es, a village. He kos, accusative. Kon, the island of Kos or Ko. End of section 25. Section 26 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 26. Vocabulary lambda mu nu. Lambda. Laleo, to speak, to talk. Lambano, to receive. Lampo, to shine, to give light. Ho laos, a people. Latrewo, to serve. Lego, to say, to call. Lepo, to leave, to lack, to be wanting. Ho lepros, a leper. Ho leweis, or lewis, accusative, lewein, or lewin, Levi. Ho lithos, a stone. He limne, es, a lake. Ho logos, a word. He Lydia, as, Lydia. luo, to loosen. Ho lot, lot. Mu, ho mathetes, a learner, a disciple. He malakia, as, weakness, disease. Manthano, to learn. He Mariam, Mary. Martyreo, to bear witness, to testify. He martyria, as, testimony. Ho martus, uros, a witness. Megas, megale, mega, adjective, great. Methuno, to be drunk. Maison, on, adjective, comparative of megas, greater, older. Men, conjunctive particle, indeed. Meno, to remain, abide. Merizo, to divide. Meta, with genitive and accusative, with, after. Metanoeo, to change one's mind, to repent. Me, not, also an interrogative particle. Ho men, menos, a month. Mete, mete, neither nor. He meter, tros, a mother. Miseo, to hate. To mnemeion, a tomb, a sepulchre. Mnemoneo, to remember. Monogenes, adjective, only begotten. Monos, on, adjective, only, alone. Ho Moises, eos, Moses. End of section 26. Section 27 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 27. Vocabulary Xi, omicron, pi. Xi. Xeros, on, adjective, dry. Xera. Ge, being understood, dry land, land. Omicron. Ho, he, to, the. He, hodos, a road, a way. Ho, hodus, ho, hodondos, a tooth. He, oikia, as, a house. Oikodomeo, to build. Ho, oikos, a house. Ho, oinopotes, a wine bibber. Ho, oinos, wine. Oligos, on, adjective, little, plural, few. Holos, on, adjective, whole, altogether. Homothumedon, adverb, with one accord. Homoios, on, adjective, like. Homoio, to make like, to liken, to compare. Homoios, adverb, in like manner. Homu, adverb, together. To onoma, atos, a name. Hoplizo, to arm. Hopu, adverb, where. He orge, es, anger, wrath. Orgizo, to be enraged. Hormao, to rush. To oros, eos, a mountain, a hill. hos, he, ho, who, which. Hos an, whoever. Hosos on, how great, as great as, how long as. To osteon, contrastive, ostun, a bone. Hostis, hetis, hoti, whoever, whatever. He, osphys, eos, the loins. Hotan, adverb, hote, and an, when, perchance. Hote, adverb when. Hoti, conjunction that because. Ook, before smooth, and before aspirated vowels, not. Is used in the statement of negative facts. Me, of negative conceptions. Me, intensive, not at all, by no means. Ude, conjunction, neither nor. Udeis, udemia, uden, no one, none, not one. Udepote, adverb, never. Conjunction, therefore, then. Upo, adverb, not yet. Uranios, on, adverb, heavenly. Ho, uranos, heaven. Hutos, haute, tuto, this. Hutos, by some editors written huto, before a consonant, adverb, so thus. Uchi, a strengthened form of not. Ho, ophthalmos, an eye. Ho, ochlos, a crowd, a multitude. P, to, paidion, a little child, a child. He, paidiske, es, a maiden, a maidservant. Ho, he, pais, paidos, a boy, a girl, a servant. Palin, adverb again. Para, with genitive, dative, and accusative, nearby, by, beside, from, of. He, parabole, es, a parable. Pas, pasa, pan, adjective, all, every. Pascho, to suffer. Ho, pater, g, patros, a father. Ho, Paulos, Paul. He, Pentecoste, es, Pentecost. Peri, with genitive and accusative, about, concerning. Periago, to lead about, to go about. Peripateo, to walk about, to walk. Perisewo, to cause to abound. To peteinon, a fowl, a bird. He, Petra, us, a rock. Ho, Petros, Peter. To pinakidion, a tablet. Ho, pinax, akos, a trencher, plate, platter. Pipto, to fall. Pistewo, to have faith, to believe in, to put trust in, to trust, to entrust. Passive, to be believed, to be entrusted with. He, pistis, eos, faith. Pleion, on, adjective, comparative of polus, more, greater. He, plege, es, a plague. To, plethos, eos, a great number, a multitude. Pleres, es, adjective, full. Plero, to fill, to fulfill. Blesion, adverb, near. Ho blesion, a neighbor. Ho plus, g blos, navigation. To pneuma, atos, breath, wind, spirit. Poieo, to do, to make. Poimaino, to tend a flock. Ho poimen, enos, a herdsman, a shepherd. He poimne, es, a flock. He polis, eos, a city. Pollakis, adverb, often. Pollus, polle, pollu, adjective, much, great. Porewomai, to go. Posos, on, how great, how much, plural, how many. Pote, at some time, once, formerly. Pu, adverb, where. Ho pus, g podos, a foot. Prin, adverb, before. To probaton, a sheep. Probibazo, to urge on. Pros, with genitive, dative, and accusative, to. Proseuchomai, to pray to God. Prosecho, to take heed. Ho, he, proselytos, a proselyte. Proskuneo, to worship. Prosfero, to bring to bring. To prosopon, a face, personal appearance, person. Profero, to bring forth. Propheteo, to prophesy. Ho prophetes, a prophet. Pynthanomai, to ask, to inquire, to learn. To pur, ros, fire. Pos, how. End of section 27. Section 28 of An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 28. Vocabulary. Sigma, tau, ypsilon. Sigma. To sabbaton, a Sabbath. He salamis, inos, salamis. He sarx, sarkos, flesh. Ho saulos, Saul. Siautu, of thyself. He selene, es, the moon. To semeion, a sign. Siloam, Siloam. Ho Simon, onos, Simon. To sinapi, eos, mustard. Siopao, to be silent. Ho Solomon, onos, Solomon. He Sophia, as, wisdom. Ho stachus, an ear of grain. To stoma, atos, a mouth. Su, thou. Sulaleo, to talk with, to converse. Symphoneo, to agree with. Sun, with the dative, with. Synago, to gather together. He synagoge, es, a synagogue. Syniemi, to understand. Syschematizo, to conform to. Sphragizo, to seal. Sozo, to heal, to cure, to save. To soma, atos, a body. Tau, tapeinos, on, adjective, low, lowly, humble. Dahus, eia, u, adjective, quick, swift. To teknon, u, a child, a son. Ho telones, u, a tax gatherer, a publican. Ho tetrarches, u, a tetrarch. Tereo, to keep. Tillo, to pluck, to pull off. He time, es, honor. Tis, ti, masculine, feminine, anyone, someone. Neuter, anything, something. Tis, ti, masculine, feminine, who, which. Neuter, what, why, how. Ho topos, u, a place. Tote, then. Tres, three. Trejo, to run, aorist, second person. Edramon. Trigao, to gather, fruit, especially grapes. Typto, to strike. Typhlos, on, adjective, blind. Ypsilon, to hydor. G, hydatos, water. Ho, hyos, a son. Humeis, plural of su, you. Hypago, to go. Hypakuo, to hearken unto. Hyper, with genitive and accusative, over, because of. Hypo, with genitive and accusative, by. Hypalambano, to suppose. Hypostrepho, to turn back, to return. Ho, he, hus, hyos, a swine. To ipsos, us, elevation, dignity. Hypso, to lift up. End of section 28. Section 29 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 29. Vocabulary Phi, chi, psi, omega. Phi. Ho, phagos, u, a glutton. Phaino, to show, passive and middle, to appear. Ho phanos, a light, a torch, a lantern. Ho pharisaios, u, a Pharisee. Phero, to bear. Pheugo, to flee, to escape, aorist, second person. Ephygon. Phemi, to say. Philadelphia, as, brotherly love. Phileo, to love. Ho Philippos, u, Philip. Ho philos, u, a friend. Phobeomai, to be frightened, to fear, to reverence. Ho phobos, u, fear. Phonewo, to kill. To phrear, phreatos, a well, a pit. Phronimos, on, adjective, prudent, wise. He, phyle, es, a tribe. He, phyteia, as, a plant. Phytewo, to plant. He, phone, es, a voice. Chi, he, chalaza, es, hail. He, cheir, ros, a hand. He, cheira, as, a widow. Chlamus, udos, a robe, probably a military cloak. Ho, he, choiros, u, a swine. Ho chus, os, dirt, dust. Chraomai, to use, to make use of. He chreia, as, need. Christos, adjective, anointed. Ho Christos, the Christ, Christ. Ho chronos, time. Ho chrysos, gold. Choris, apart from, besides. Psi. Ho psalmos, a psalm. Ho pseudoprophetes, a false prophet. Omega. Hode, adverb here. He ode, es, an ode, a song. He odin, inos, a birth pang. Hos, adverb as it were. Hosei, as if, about. Hosper, adverb just as. End of section 29. Section 30 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 30. Appendix A. Synopsis of the verb pistewo. Active voice. Present indicative. Pistewo. Subjunctive. Pistewo. Optative. Pistewoimi. Imperative. Pistewe. Infinitive. Pistewein. Participle. Pistewon. Imperfect indicative. Epistewon. Future indicative. Pisteuso. Future participle. Pisteuson. Aorist. Indicative. Episteusa. Aorist subjunctive. Pisteuso. Aorist optative. Pisteusaimi. Aorist imperative. Pisteuson. Aorist infinitive. Pisteusai. Aorist participle. Pisteusas. Perfect. Indicative. Pepisteuka. Perfect infinitive. Pepisteukenai. Perfect participle. Pepisteukos. Pluperfect indicative. Epipisteukein. Passive and middle voices. Present indicative. Pistewomai. Present subjunctive. Pistewomai. Present optative. Pistewoimen. Present imperative. Pisteu. Present infinitive. Pisteuestai. Present participle. Pistewomenos. Imperfect indicative. Epistewomen. Future passive indicative. Pisteuthesomai. Future middle indicative. Pisteusomai. Aorist passive indicative. Episteuthen. Aorist passive subjunctive. Pisteutho. Aorist passive optative. Pisteutheien. Aorist passive imperative. Pisteutheti. Aorist passive infinitive. Pisteuthenai. Aorist passive participle. Pisteutheis. Aorist middle indicative. Episteusamen. Aorist middle subjunctive. Pisteusomai. Aorist middle optative. Pisteusaimen. Aorist middle imperative. Pisteusai. Aorist middle infinitive. Pisteusasthai. Aorist middle participle. Pisteusamenos. Perfect indicative. Pepisteumai. Perfect imperative. Pepisteuso. Perfect infinitive. Pepisteusthai. Perfect participle. Pepisteumenos. Pluperfect indicative. Epepisteumen. End of section 30. Section 31 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 31. Appendix B. Paradigm of the verb pisteuo. Active voice. Indicative mode. Present. Singular. First person. Pisteuo. Second person. Pisteues. Third person. Pisteue. Plural. First person. Pisteuomen. Plural. Second person. Pisteuete. Third person. Pisteusin. Imperfect. Singular. First person. Episteuon. Second person. Episteues. Third person. Episteuen. Plural. First person. Episteuomen. Second person. Episteuete. Third person. Episteuon. Future. Singular. First person. Pisteuso. Second person. Pisteuses. Third person. Pisteuse. Plural. First person. Pisteusomen. Second person. Pisteusete. Third person. Pisteususin. Aorist. Singular. First person. Episteusa. Second person. Episteusas. Third person. Episteusen. Plural. First person. Episteusamen. Second person. Episteusate. Third person. Episteusan. Perfect. Singular. First person. Pepisteuka. Second person. Pepisteukas. Third person. Pepisteuken. Plural. First person. Pepisteukamen. Second person. Pepisteucate. Third person. Pepisteucasin. Pluperfect. Singular. First person. Epepisteukein. Second person. Epepisteukes. Third person. Epepisteuke. Plural. First person. Epepisteukemen. Second person. Epepisteukeite. Third person. Epepisteukesen. Subjunctive mood. Present. Singular. First person. Pisteuo. Second person. Pisteues. Third person. Pisteue. Plural. First person. Pisteuomen. Second person. Pisteuete. Third person. Pisteuosin. Aorist. Singular. First person. Pisteuso. Second person. Pisteuses. Third person. Pisteuse. Plural. First person. Pisteusomen. Second person. Pisteusete. Third person. Pisteusosin. Optative mode. Present. Singular. First person. Pisteuoimi. second person, pistevois, third person, pistevoi, plural first person, pistevoimen, second person, pistevoite, third person, pistevoien, aorist, singular first person, pisteusaimi, second person, pisteusais, third person, pisteusai, plural first person, pisteusaimen, second person, pisteusaite, third person, pisteusaien, or pisteuseian. For infinitives and participles, see synopsis page 61. Imperative mode. Present, singular, second person, pistewe, third person, pisteweto, plural second person, pistewete, third person, pistewetosan, aorist, singular, second person, pisteuson, third person, pisteusato, plural second person, pisteusate, third person, pisteusatosan. Passive and middle voices. Indicative mode. Present, passive and middle. Singular first person, pistewomai, second person, pistewe, third person, pistewetai, plural first person, pistewomitha, plural second person, pisteweste, third person, pistewondai. Imperfect passive and middle, singular first person, epistewomen, second person, epistewou, third person, episteweto, plural first person, epistewometha, second person, episteweste, third person, epistewondo. Future passive, singular first person, pisteuthesomai, second person, pisteuthese, third person, pisteuthesitai, plural first person, pisteuthesometha, second person, pisteuthesiste, third person, pisteuthesondai. Future middle, singular first person, pisteusomai, second person, pisteuse, third person, pisteusitai, plural first person, pisteusometha, second person, pisteusiste, third person, pisteusondai. Aorist passive, singular first person, episteuthen, second person, episteuthes, third person, episteuthe, plural first person, episteuthemen, second person, episteuthete, third person, episteuthesan. Aorist middle, singular first person, episteusamen, second person, episteuso, third person, episteusato, plural first person, episteusametha, second person, episteusaste, third person, episteusando. Perfect passive and middle, singular first person, pepisteumai, second person, pepisteusai, third person, pepisteutai, plural first person, pepisteumetha, second person, pepisteuste, third person, pepisteundai. Pluperfect passive and middle, singular first person, epepisteuso, second person, epepisteuso, third person, epepisteuto, plural first person, epipisteumetha, second person, epipisteuste, third person, epipisteundo. Subjunctive mode. Present passive and middle, singular, first person. Pisteuomai. Second person. Pisteue. Third person. Pisteuetai. Plural, first person. Pisteuometha. Second person. Pisteueste. Third person. Pisteuondai. Aorist passive, singular first person. Pisteutho. Second person. Pisteuthes. Third person. Pisteuthe. Plural first person. Pisteuthomen. Second person. Pisteuthete. Third person. Pisteuthosin. Aorist middle, singular first person. Pisteusomai. Second person. Pisteuse. Third person. Pisteusetai. Plural first person. Pisteusometha. Second person. Pisteuseste. Third person. Pisteusondai. Optative mode. Present passive and middle. Singular first person. Pistevoimen. Second person. Pistevoio. Third person. Pistevoito. Plural first person. Pistevoimetha. Second person. Pistevoiste. Third person. Pistevoindo. Aorist passive. Singular first person. Pisteutheien. Second person. Pisteutheies. Third person. Pisteutheie. Plural first person. Pisteutheiemen. Second person. Pisteutheiete. Third person. Pisteutheiesan. Aorist middle, singular first person. Pisteusaimen. Second person. Pisteusaio. Third person. Pisteusaito. Plural first person. Pisteusaimeta. Second person. Pisteusaiste. Third person. Pisteusaindo. Imperative mode. Present passive and middle, singular second person. Pisteu. Third person. Pisteuesto. Plural second person. Pisteueste. Third person. Pisteuestosan. Perfect passive and middle, singular second person. Pepisteuso. Third person. Pepisteusto. Plural second person. Pepisteuste. Third person. Pepisteustosan. Aorist passive, singular second person. Pisteutheti. Third person. Pisteutheto. Plural second person. Pisteuthete. Third person. Pisteuthetosan. Pisteuthetosan. Aorist middle, singular second person. Pisteusai. Third person. Pisteusasto. Plural second person. Pisteusaste. Third person. Pisteusastosan. End of section 31. Section 32 of an Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary. Section 32. Appendix C. Tabular view of the endings of nouns. First declension, singular, nominative. A, e, a, as, es, as. Genitive. Es, as, e, a. Dative, a, a, e, a. Accusative, an, an, an. Vocative, a. Plural, nominative, I. Genitive, on. Dative, ice. Accusative, us. Second declension, singular. Nominative, os, on. Genitive, u. Dative, o. Accusative, on. Vocative, e. Plural, nominative, oi, a. Genitive, on. Dative, ois. Accusative, us, a. Third declension, singular, nominative. A, ar, as, u, or, eis, as, eis, is, us, is, es, I, is, os, us, x, ps, e, a, as, es. Genitive, atos, aidos, ados, eidos, idos, odos, udos, ethos, etos, itos, otos, kos, gos, chos, ktos, pos, bos, aikos, actos, andos, endos. Dative, ati, adi, edi, udi, eti, oti, ki, gi, kti, pi, aiki, andi. Accusative, a, ar, as, u, or, aida, ada, eida, ida, oda, uda, eta. I, ita, os, us, ka, ga, cha, kta, pa, ba, aika, a, anda. Vocative, ai. Plural, nominative, ata, ades, ides, odes, udes, etes, ota, kes, ges, ktes, pes, bes, aikes, andes. Genitive, aton, aidon, adon, eidon, idon, odon, udon, eton, iton, oton, kon, gon, chon, kton, pon, bon, aikon, andon. Dative, asin, aisin, aisin. Isin, osin, usin, esin, isin, osin, xin, psin, aixin, asin. Accusative, ata, aidas, adas, eidas, idas, odas, udas, etas, itas, ota, kas, gas, chas, ktas, pas, bas, aikas, andas. Third declension continued, singular, nominative, us, on, aus, eus. es, I, is, us, ar, er, ur, us, or, en, in, is, on, os, us, us. Genitive. Ondos, eos, aros, eros, oros, dros, enos, onos, us, ios. Dative. Ondi, ei, ari, eiri, eri, ori, dri, eni, ini, oni, ei, ui. Accusative. Onda, aun, ea, en, un, ara, eira, era, ura, ora, era, dra, ena, ona, os, un, un. Vocative. Eu, er. Plural. Nominative. Ondes, eis, ares, eres, ores. Eres, dres, enes, ones, ies. Genitive. Ondon, eon, on, aron, eiron, eron, uron, oron, dron, enon, inon, onon, on, eon, ion. Dative. Usin, eusin, esin, arsin, ersin, ersin, usin, orsin, rasin, drasin, esin, osin, esin, usin. Accusative. Ondas, eis, aras, eiras, eras, uras, oras, eras, tras, enas, inas, onas, oas, uas. End of section 32. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. End of an introduction to the Greek of the New Testament by George L. Cary.